certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. Welcome to the program. This shirt too much? The shirt's too much, isn't it? I like the shirt. It could be too much. I might look like shit. It's too much. Sorry. Did I get that? Hold on. Got it. Sorry, there was a pizza sauce stain from the last time I wore it. It washed out nice. Welcome to the program. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. You might notice that I'm by myself today. Oh my God. The fuck. Anybody else see that the camera got fucked up? Oh no. I was doing some stuff in the studio yesterday, and one of the monitors, one of the TVs, fell backwards into where the camera's standing, and I think it fucked shit up. Yeah, that's too far that way. I'm gonna do something, and this is really fucking dumb. I don't know if that was smart. That might have been really stupid. No. Okay. That worked out all right. I think it's tilted a little, but yeah, I did some, I was a real rhinoceros in the studio yesterday after the show. I was fucking around. I was cleaning the table. I was being a good shop steward. And I fucking, one of my big elbows just banged into the TV, and it went back, and it hit the camera thing. And I felt like, I thought maybe it didn't hit the camera because I was like, you know what? Everything seems to look all right. So I just moved the TV back, and no. Welcome to the program. We've got a great show for you. You know, I put the Proverbs book in the background display, and I was reading, you know, I feel like people got the wrong idea about the Proverbs thing yesterday. Like, people thought it was like, it meant as like a mean thing toward Kayla or whatever. It wasn't. It's a funny, like when she bought it for me, it was a funny book. She's like, I like the play on words. I thought you would think it was corny and whatever. I'm like, yeah, it's cute. Thank you. I still think it's a cute, funny gift. The internet is just so out for blood. Like, look, guys, I've had my shitting on people moments, and I'll have more shitting on people moments. We'll watch, a clip that Will Heron TV put together of Nick on the debates last night, when every time he went to his chat, it was just people shitting on him. Every time he went to read super chats, it was people shitting on him. You know, we'll talk about that. We'll watch that. And yes, I'm going, it's not a clickbait title. I'm going to defend Nick a little bit today, because a lot of people are going after him real hard about the way he talks about me. What do you want him to do? People were sending me clips. They're like, "Oh, Aaron, Nick's insinuating that you're a liar." Well, if Nick's defense is that he never did drugs and this is all bullshit, what do you want him to call me? What's he supposed to call me? What's he supposed to do? Say, oh yeah, everything Aaron said is true. He did all the drugs he said he did. He did all the things he said he did. He brought his kids here. He made SpaghettiOs. He did all this. He did all that. We slept 4 to a bed, for months. Yeah, it's all true. First of all, the sleeping 4 to a bed, like the wife swapping, all that stuff, that's not illegal. But it's humiliating. It's embarrassing. The fact is, guys, he and I are in 2 different positions. I have nothing to lose. He does. So he has to PR the thing a little bit. Once you've already broken yourself down and you've admitted, I've shamed myself, I've shamed people I love and care about, I lost my marriage by making fucking degenerate decisions. Once you do that, you can kind of shed all the pomposity and you can just talk about what happened. That's breaking yourself down. If you're still fighting a legal fight, you can't just go and say that shit. You can't go, yeah, Aaron's telling the whole truth. Like, people are writing me and they're mad. They're like, Nick's being so smug and he's saying that you're lying and I don't think you are. It's like, guys, what's he supposed to do if he says, oh, Aaron's telling the truth? Then he might as well take a plea deal and plead guilty right now. He's clearly said he's not doing that. He's going to fight the government and this and that and blah, blah, blah. Guys, there's enough facts on my side. For you to believe that what I've told you is true. The only thing I think you could fight is maybe my interpretation of how it makes me feel or whatever, but those are opinion ideas. Those are opinions. Those are opinions on how the facts make you feel. And I know a Jewish man once told me facts don't care about my feelings. Ugh. Anyway, like, people keep writing to me and sending me these clips and all these things in my DMs. And they're like, Nick says you're lying. I'm like, Nick has to say I'm lying until he's ready to plead guilty. Until he's ready to plead guilty, which he may. After the search warrant holds up, after, all the procedural stuff goes through, he still may plead guilty. In fact, it would be the smartest course. It would probably avoid him jail time. But what do you want him to do? What do you want him to fall to? Yeah, it's like the warden in Shawshank. What do you expect him to do? Fall to his knees? I confess. And by the way, add another life term to my sentence. No. He and I are locked in to be, the enemy, the good guy, bad guy combo. I think it's bad guy, but, it's a heel program as far as I'm concerned. Like, what do you expect him to do? So when people send me clips and they're like, what do you think about Nick calling you a liar? I'm like, it's what he has to do. I wouldn't expect anything else. And then what would the other clip we're going to watch today? Somebody sent me a clip of him saying, April doesn't live here. And someone said, how's she doing? And she's living with you and blah, blah, blah. Like, someone was trolling him. He's like, she doesn't live in the house with me. And I gotta tell you, Nick is the king of that. He really is. Like, he leans on that play so much, that half-truth play. Obviously, she came and got all her shit from the house, and she told me she's moving it into the house next door. Like, so she's living on the property. And then she's on the hot mic for his stream at like 11:30 at night. It's not like she's, going down the road 30 seconds and going back to that house after it's over. All right, fine. So she lives next door on the property, and you're still sleepover buddies. There, is that better? So, like, people send me all this stuff, and they're like, Nick is telling half-truths. I'm like, that's what Nick does. Nick is Mr. Technicality. Nick is Mr. When I'm backed into a corner, I'm going to wait for you to say one word that I think is out of place, and then I'll just hyper-focus on that and ignore the main point. That's what he does. That's what he's been doing when he comments on his case. Oh, there hasn't been any positive drug test of me. Yeah, because you won't let it be released. I haven't tested positive for anything. That's because you won't test to get your children back. So, motherfucker. Oh, man. So, when people send me that stuff, that's why they're part of the title of today's show is Defending Nick Rekieta. Guys, what do you want him to do? And also, it's not in his nature to take someone who's obviously upset him as much as I've upset him and kneel before that person. If he admits that, all this stuff happened, he has to kneel before the truths I've been telling. At least that's how a guy like Nick sees it. He's not going to do that. I'm telling you, his pride, a narcissist's pride is too strong to do something like that. So yes, thank you guys very much for sending all that stuff. But I'm telling you, you're not going to get whatever it is you want. See, Bradley Smith writes in, I find it enraging the way Rekieta dismisses what you say with, Aaron can say whatever he wants and people can judge his credibility without any input from me. Why does that bother you? That's exactly what people are doing. I mean, the cops took 26 grams of cocaine from his house. And I said, yeah, well, I did cocaine at his house and all of them did fuckload more. It's not exactly, that doesn't sound like breaking news. But of course he can't say that's true. He's still trying to defend himself. Lady Godiva says, you forgot the wishing Aaron to make $1 million smug line. Well, that's it. Like, that's a Southern person saying, bless your heart. That's him saying that fucking prick. And if somebody was ratting me out about all the shit I did while I'm under a criminal case, I'd say that fucking prick too. Doesn't make that fucking prick wrong. That fucking prick is still right. He's just that fucking prick. That's what I hope you make $1 million is. So I find myself in the weird spot of defending Nick because everyone else is just like, oh, can you believe he's saying this? I'm like, can you believe he would say anything different? Bradley Smith says, I hope Steel Toe can wipe the smug smile off Rekieta's face one day. What do you mean one day? You don't think we've wiped the smug smile off his face already? First of all, the law did that. The law wiped the smug smile on my face. I can't off his face. I can't take credit for that. But he's definitely seething and angry and has cursed my name privately probably more times than we can count. I guarantee he's been yelling and he's looked in April's direction and goes, "Your fucking ex-husband!" Like, I'm sure it's happened. So we'll talk about that later. We'll play some clips from his stream last night because people want my comments on it. But I don't know what to tell you guys. I mean, a guy defending himself has to call, like, basically, if you look at my take, I'm on the prosecution side with my take. And if somebody, like everybody on the prosecution side, he's calling them a liar and a piece of shit and awful and all this stuff. Why would I be any different? Why would I get any special treatment? Because I had a relationship with his wife? And how'd that go? And I want to point out again, the Proverbs book I do find cute. This was not me insulting anyone. It was a funny, jokey, sweet gift when I got it. And we're making fun of the punny title. That's what Kayla did when she bought the damn thing for me. So I felt a little bad yesterday when I was reading YouTube comments and stuff like that, and people were like, "Oh, it's got to be a dagger through Kayla's heart." I'm like, well, look, I hope not. She's going through what she's going through, but this was intended as, I tell you guys funny little stories about my life. I've been doing that my whole career. I'm telling you guys funny little stories about my life. It just so happens my life was weird when I got that book. So the stories are going to be weird. Adam Simon starting us off today with a gifted membership. Thank you, buddy. And Kyle Broflovsky with $2 says, Heil Aaron, Heil Lauren. Thank you, buddy. 305 is your number today. My phone didn't give me some Venmo updates yesterday, and we missed those, and I'm really sorry. I want to read those now because we had some really generous people yesterday after we knocked out the goal and everything, and they didn't pop up until much, much later in the day. Let me see. We've got, whoops, wrong one. There we go. I got to go to this tab. Hang with me for just 1 second. I think it's important that you thank the people who support you. Emily, Adam, and JJ. Thank you guys very much for throwing in a grand total of about $45 there. So we're that would mean we're 300 away from today's goal, not 305. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. 300, an even 300 away from today's goal. Now, since we're doing debate talk and since we got a Nick stream clip for today, are you guys going to be upset if we stay on YouTube? Like, is that going to make you upset if we don't do Rumble exclusive today? I'll tell you why. Geno's not here today, and we'll talk about why in a second, and then we'll get to the debate stuff. And number two, we're going to be talking mostly debate and compound and stuff like that. I don't really see us using a lot of Rumble words today. I mean, we'll stay on Rumble. We'll still broadcast on Rumble. But with the stuff we're talking about today, I don't know if Rumble Link Friday is the best idea. I think we should stay on both. But I also, here's my problem. I also don't want to piss off the people who tune in for Rumble only. I just want to see what the Rumble chat thing. I mean, the YouTube chat, you're biased. Of course, you want me to stay on both. Not at all. YouTube or Rumble doesn't matter, says the Rumble chat. One person saying Rumble only. Somebody, there was a comment I wanted. Is this the permanent default start to the show? No, Skeezy, it's not the permanent default. It's just we talk about the thing. People send me this shit. I get it all the time, and I like to address it. It's okay, boss. We aren't like YouTubers. We don't care either way, only if you strip down. YouTube, Rumble app fucking blows. It's your show. Do whatever the fuck you want. You're going to have a harder time hitting the goal if you don't do Rumble Friday. We'll hit the goal today, right, guys? We'll knock out that 300 today. I think we will. We'll knock it out. Plus, here's my problem to the people, to Yule Gibbons. My problem is if we do Rumble Link Friday, there's no way I'm getting to all the debate stuff and the Geno stuff. There's just no fucking way I'm going to be able to get to all of it. So let's keep both of them up, and maybe for the last hour or two, we can do Rumble Friday. All right? And hey, if you guys have non-copywritten links that you want to throw in on Rumble for $5 or YouTube for $5, we can still do a Link Friday. It's the only thing we can't do is a lot of the copywritten shit because YouTube will kick us in the nuts for it. So thank you guys. If you want to contribute, all the links are in the chat. You see them. Should be a great show today. I'm very excited. We've got so many debate clips, dude. CNN, MSNBC, Young Turks, all seething over Biden's performance. We've got about 8 or 9 minutes worth of debate clips to go over. I watched it. I wanted to turn it off so many times. They're both. And I know most of this audience is Trump fans. And my vote is pretty much locked in for Donald Trump. I'll admit that up front. You're not getting an unbiased source. But I thought they both seemed old as fuck. Like, even Trump, it wasn't 2016 Trump. And obviously he's 8 years older. He's not going to be. But he's 8 years older at like 76. You know, he just seemed a little less, he had a little less oomph than he usually does. And maybe the strategy was, look, Biden's going to look like a fucking skeleton up there. He's going to sound like shit. All we got to do is stay measured and reserved and not fuck up too much. But I don't know. Like, Trump won, but Trump won by standing aside and letting the anvil hit the coyote. Like, Trump didn't win by going in there and just choking Biden out and fucking him up and, giving him a noogie and a swirly and bullying him or anything. Trump just kind of stood out of the way, talked some shit, while Joe Biden just completely fucked himself. They're ditching him, by the way. I don't think that makes you like a Fox News pundit to see the writing on the wall that they're going with somebody else. Probably, I would guess, Gavin Newsom, which I hope this country's smart enough to know that Gavin Newsom's the fucking California guy, and that the California guy fucked up California, and that place is a shithole, and we don't want the country to mimic it. I think the best chance of winning, not necessarily the person who'd make the best president, but the person who'd have the best chance of winning, I'd say, is Michelle Obama. Even though she has no qualifications and there's no reason she should be running the country. America's all about personalities, and, it's a popularity contest, obviously, because it's an election. I think she'd be the one who Americans might go for over Trump. Because you got to remember, this country isn't just you. There's a lot of people out there who are going to vote for Trump this time if he faces Biden because they think Biden's such a disaster. But there's a lot of people who hold their nose and vote for Donald Trump, and they go, God, if I just had anyone else that was nicer or that I liked better than this guy, I would vote for them. I just can't vote for Biden. Same thing with Hillary. They couldn't vote for Hillary, so they held their nose and voted for Trump. If you give them a quote-unquote nice person to vote for, they will vote for them over Trump. And that's where I think Michelle Obama would beat him. You can hate that. You can think it's a terrible take. That's totally fine. Like I said, you don't have to be a pundit to make these opinions. But if they're going to replace him, A, I don't see Kamala Harris beating anybody. B, I think Gavin Newsom has been exposed enough. And C, I really think there's a lot of people looking for a quote-unquote nice person to run against old Trump. All right, let's go with some Rumble thoughts, and then we'll move on and play some of our debate clips. Los Federales with $1 says they will keep Biden and dump Kamala for Hillary. Then if Biden wins, he'll step down and transfer power to Hillary. I don't know about that one. Dr. Rondo with $1 says, I think the format made Trump behave because he couldn't interrupt. If he had done that in 2020, he probably would have won. Maybe. Biden can't just step down, says Packer Backer. Conservatives will literally go to court and make him stay in the race. Oh, because there was no primary and all that. Well, couldn't they technically take it to the convention and they could run somebody in the convention and they become the nominee? I mean, I thought you didn't have to make that shit official until the convention. You could have a challenged convention. Vidam says, good morning. What is happening to Compound Media? Is the office closed now? You're going to hear it right from Anthony Cumia's mouth on today's show. I don't have to tell you. Los Federales says, here's my theory. Biden keeps running, but dumps. There's another one. Dumps Kamala and drafts Hillary. A lot of people going with that one. Wild Saffron, I didn't want to ignore the guy. He has his criticisms. Kayla's children were neglected. She's a reprobate mother. She should burn in hell. That's a little strong. I hope all of them kick their problems, kick their habits, and get healthy and start making good decisions for their family instead of trying to figure out how to beat the consequences of the things they did. I hope they take responsibility, apologize to friends, family, their God, whatever, and just, stand there and face the consequences for what they did. That's what I hope for. And as long as they don't do that, I'm going to be critical. Wild Saffron, Aaron still covers with a Q for Kayla, the piece of shit. I'm not covering for anyone, Wild Saffron. I understand your outrage. I understand your anger. I do. I'm just saying people were saying some stuff about the book yesterday. I wasn't trying to be a dick. I wasn't trying to rub it in. It was a cute little gift, and I was making some jokes about it. That's all. Jesus Christ, Wild Saffron. I can't even read that because that's an allegation. Papa Dan says April is staying. Kayla's 5-man. Oh, Jesus Christ. If not Nick, April would have left Aaron for Jake, who has less than $50 to his name and a bag with glue to get high off of. I don't think she would have been with Jake Hudson. Aaron's still sucking the Rekieta's dicks. He still wants his Kayla. Look, just because when people send me shit and they're like, oh, man, like I see people get excited and they come to me and they're literally like seething with anger. I just want them to know it's okay. Like, it's all right. They don't have to, make this a seething, angry part of their life. I don't want to see them do that. Wild Saffron, I'll send you $100 if you look into the camera and call Kayla a reprobate mother and a filthy whore. I won't do that. Look, again, I hope that all of these people get better. I hope that all of these people repent. I hope all of these people stop living the life they're living and take responsibility for what they've done. But that's not up to me. It's not up to me. $199 for a wild card. He says Bisconti McDonald 2024. Oh, Frankie and Geno. That would be an absolutely wonderful ticket, in my opinion. Oh shit, I never sent out the link for today. Motherfucker. Let's go ahead. I'm going to tweet out that we're doing a show here real quick. You guys can do the same. Great show planned this morning. May stay on YouTube this morning along with Rumble. There we go. Now we've got our link up. So we've got, like I said, we've got a lot of debate stuff today. We have a lot of stuff that's probably fine for YouTube. We may go Rumble exclusive later. But here's what I'd like to do. We've got a 14 show win streak. I'd like to turn that to 15 today. So if you feel like dropping a few bucks in, I do appreciate it. All the links are pinned to the top of the chat. Go ahead and throw in. We'll knock out that $300. We'll do a half hour of overtime. I'm excited. I hope you're excited. Where is Geno Bisconti? That is the question a lot of people are asking. My friend and co-host on Fridays. Geno had his final in hot water from the Compound Media Studios yesterday. Compound is merging with Gavin McInnes's Censored.tv, which, by the way, business-wise, I think is the right decision. That's, we're going to talk about all the consequences of that merger in a little bit here, but business-wise for Anthony and Gavin, it makes the most sense. They have the same audience. For Christ's sake, they do a show together once a week. If they have two separate companies, they're just splitting that audience's money. If they bring it together, it can all go into one big pot. And who knows? Maybe one day, Geno can get some of the guys back that we're going to talk about him losing and, all of that. But Gavin is a businessman. Anthony is a broadcaster. Anthony running his own business, there was a lot of overhead. He gave a lot of people a living for 10 years. He gave a lot of people work. He had that big expensive studio in New York City. That lease couldn't have been cheap. And, he had to do that, all while bringing in subscriptions behind a paywall and putting on good shows and all of that stuff. I don't think Anthony said before on other shows, I don't want to be the boss. He doesn't like being the boss. Gavin loves being the boss. Gavin McInnes has run a shitload of successful companies, even with people on his back, watching his every move, trying to get him shut down. He still built a successful advertising company. He helped build Vice back when Vice was, fucking Vice. So Gavin is more the business guy of the two. So put all the money in one big pot. Let Gavin run it. I'm sure it'll be a very successful company. Anthony can do his show until the end of time. Geno's going to be there. Chrissy's going to be there. They've got studios that I guess they need to build now. The talent is going to be responsible for their own broadcasting surroundings. And honestly, I'll talk to my boy Geno this weekend. I've got some tips for him if you want some stuff to get his studio started. Number one, Rodecaster, Shure mic or EV mic. Boom. That's going to do most of it for you. Then you get a real big badass computer. You get two monitors, one for your OBS or whatever stream thing you're using, the other one for your clips and everything else. You'll be good. But Compound is merging with Censored.tv. And as Compound merges with Censored.tv, there's going to be, what do they call them? Not dualities, redundancies. And they're going to have to square some of those circles, as it were. Okay, they're going to have to fire people. Vidam says, will that cancel our membership to Compound? No, we're going to play Anthony's clip here. It'll answer all of your questions. We're also going to play Kevin Brennan talking about, and I just find Kevin funny, and he shits on everything. So we're going to play Kevin covering Anthony's announcement, and we'll get to that. Mr. Beat says, I love Geno, but I can't believe Gavin decided to keep Geno around. Not a smart business move. I disagree. I think Geno is a great personality. I think Gavin's going to get the most out of what Geno provides. Because Geno is a lightning rod. He can be very controversial. He's remarkably outspoken. He entertains a lot of people, and then he rubs a lot of people the wrong way. Something I understand completely. My whole career has been as many people fucking hate my guts and watch me as love me and watch me. And I think that's a very valuable asset as a broadcaster. So I think Gavin's going to get the most out of what Geno provides. And look, man, I really wish Geno was here today to talk about it, but here's what happened. Geno went out, it was kind of a wake or a funeral or whatever for a lot of his staff because he's losing a lot of his guys. And I know he loves Garrett and Steve, his producers in the booth. He loves doing a show with those guys. He's not, I'm sure Geno is not in the best of spirits about those guys not having a job anymore and not being able to work with those guys anymore. I'm sure that upsets him greatly. And I'm sure he went out drinking with them last night. He sent me a text yesterday. He said, "My voice is shot, buddy. I'm sorry. I can't do the show tomorrow." I understand. I get it. Yesterday was a big day for Geno. And, He shouted himself hoarse, essentially. Shit Show with 199 says, too bad about Geno's job. Another loss for the heel. No, Geno didn't lose his job. Sorry, Shit Show. Did I make you think that he lost his job? I apologize. Adam with $10 says, bring on the fake donations. Thank you, Adam. Yes, send your fake donations to PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, or Super Chats. We do appreciate all of your guys' fake donations. It goes a long way. 290 is our number for today. You guys are already in the 200s in the first hour. I appreciate that. Keep them going. Geno is not wise to not capitalize, says Chrissy loves Prego sauce. Well, the guy has no voice. What's he supposed to do? I hope that Geno sleeps it off a little bit. And then he can make an appearance on today's show. That would be awesome. But if not, what do you do? So let's watch Anthony talk about what's going on with Compound Media and Censored.tv. Then we'll get into debate stuff today. Then we'll get to the media's response to the debate, which is way funnier than the debate. And then some of that Nick stuff you guys have sent me. Here's Anthony talking about the Compound Censor move and Kevin Brennan shitting all over it.
It will be done from the New York studio, even though I'm not in the New York studio.
Wow.
What a dick.
What's going on?
There they are.
What?
Oh, you haven't heard about this yet?
This is news to us, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Jesus.
No, it's not. It's been terrible to like go through all the logistics of this whole thing.
He means firing people. It sucks fucking firing people. And I'm sure for Anthony is a very loyal guy. Anthony is honestly too nice to be a boss. Gavin is much better suited to be the prick when he needs to, as the employees would see it, the prick. You know how people traditionally see a boss. Gavin's better at being the traditional boss archetype. And Anthony's a better friend and a better caretaker and things like that. He gave a lot of people jobs, He fed a lot of people for a decade. And he nursed some of the some big shows, Legion of Skanks, Shane Gillis, Gavin McInnes. He had a bunch of people on his platform. Gas Digital probably wouldn't be around today if not for Anthony Cumia. And I don't know how places like Gas Digital stay afloat. Like paywall subscription services in the age of super chats and everybody having a streaming show. The fact that we get at our peak 1,000 people watching this show at a time in the morning is insane. It's incredible to me. Because in the age of streaming, every motherfucker has a show. There are literally thousands upon thousands of shows on right now. In the same space. It's craziness. I keep wearing shirts like this. I ain't going to have an audience anymore. But the paywall, the fact that any of these paywall places are still going is actually really impressive. And it speaks to the talent of the people on them. So Anthony hates the firing people part. Excuse my hiccups. He hates the letting people go. You know, he loves those guys in the booth. He thinks they're great. And merging with Censored means that Censored's going to go, all right, we have our own booth, guys. You know, we have one per show. One guy does multiple shows. We got another guy who does the rest of the shows. We don't really need any of your booth guys. So if you want to merge with us, you got to cut them loose.
Well, everybody, we are a company in merger. Mergering. We're mergering everything with Censor.tv. Now, you, the subscribers, I want you people to know nothing will change. You will still be subscribed to Compound Media. That's how the payments go. It's not gonna, the price won't go up. You're still gonna get this show, and you're gonna get In Hot Water and Chrissy's show. Those shows are also.
So are they going to move Chrissy to 5 days a week or 4 days a week? Or are they going to keep Chrissy at one show a week? Because I know she does her own stuff on YouTube, and obviously she does Simpcast, and she does her Thursday night shows with Keanu. But I've always thought Chrissy was an asset. Chrissy has a lot of followers. Chrissy has a lot of connections in a lot of different communities that like her, where she can promote Compound Censored. I think she's a great asset. And then Geno mixes it up with everybody, all these little communities online, and he's always in there just fucking rumbling with people. That gets people talking, and that's worth something. But I wonder if they won't see if Chrissy will go multiple days or if she's just still going to do the wet spot on Mondays.
Involved in the merger between Compound Media and Censor.tv.
Not for long.
The things that won't be continuing, unfortunately, every time something like this happens,
Mergers.
We have
merger.
Did Kevin? Just asking. Did Kevin take something before MLC yesterday? Like, he just looks kind of zonked out, and like he's pausing to just yell random words and then just playing Anthony. I mean, I know he's got kids. Lord knows I could understand if he was tired from taking care of kids. I get that. I'm on my fucking summer schedule now. They're here all day, almost every day now. And you're just trying to sneak little things in. Trying to sneak, clipping shows, putting them up on Patreon. We put audio. Oh, by the way, we put audio versions of the show on Patreon every day. If you ever want to listen just audio only, we just ask for $5 a month for the, transferring and all that stuff. Patreon.com/SteelToe Show. We don't really promote that anymore. Sorry. But I get if he's tired from, being a family man and all that, but like, he just looks zonked out and he's stopping to yell goofy shit. I don't know.
Redundancies is what they call them in the business.
What a coward.
But
he gets all ensconced in South Carolina. Is like, now I'm going to fire everybody via Zoom.
Especially,
I don't think Anthony is breaking the news to Drew and Garrett and Steve and Luby and all the people in the booth. I don't think Anthony's breaking this news to them right now. I believe there's been a discussion. Chad Zumach's source said that Gavin went in a week or two ago. And Gavin came in and let everybody know they're fired. So I don't think Anthony's firing everybody via Zoom from South Carolina.
On the technical side, you get two of things, and that's what we're dealing with here. So the wonderful, of course, young Garrett, who I've worked with many, many years in different operations, and Drew.
Fucking don't put them on camera when this is going on. Like, all these guys just imagine that. It's like the worst day of your life. You're getting canned from what must be a fun job, having a good time, especially the bosses down in South Carolina. Did you ever work at a place where the boss wasn't on site? Most of the places I've ever worked for have been family owned and operated, so the owners are usually there. But man, on those days where they're on a trip somewhere, they're gone somewhere, it was a fucking free-for-all. God damn, those were good days. Maybe not as productive as most days, but God, they were fun. So these guys have this really fun gig that they enjoy, and now they're wondering, what the fuck am I going to do? It's not like there's a growing number of opportunities in media right now. They're shrinking. You basically have to be a fucking pioneer with a covered wagon if you want to be in broadcasting now, and you got to set up shop and go, I hope somebody listens to me over here. And you got to get them to throw you money, and you got to, no matter how big of a channel you are, everyone's fucking rattling hats out and donate and please and all this shit. So I don't think you need to put guys on camera when that's going on. Jesus. Hey, this is a really shitty moment for you. Comment. Garrett doesn't know where to look.
Who, like a drunken party brother to me. Love it. And of course, Steve back there, whose name I wouldn't even know if he hadn't been.
It does. It looks like they're about to flood that room and drown everybody. And they've got the fucking camera on them. It's the saddest looking thing. We didn't need to do that. Just, talk about them, say thank you. Oh, I'm just thinking of how I would feel in that moment. I would feel so uncomfortable.
Made such an embarrassing speech at Garrett's wedding. And, there he is. And Luby, of course, the wonderful.
They're trying so fucking hard, and there's like no smiles to be had, and there's no laughs to be had.
Luby. And is anyone else there in the studio?
Kevin's there.
Iraq.
I don't know what they're doing with Iraq yet. I'm not sure what the merged company's plans for Iraq are.
See, now Iraq has, Compound was his second gig. So I don't know. I think Iraq will be fine. Iraq has been such a cool guy to me. To April when she was here, he was just so fucking nice to us. I hope Iraq's all right. I've come to consider Iraq something of a friend over the last couple years. Iraq called me up when the divorce stuff was at its worst, and I was really not in good shape. Not that I'm in the best of shape now, obviously. But Iraq called me up, and he talked to me and just checking in to see if I was all right. And he's I know a lot of people online who don't know him. They like to give Iraq shit, but that's a fucking solid dude. Iraq's a good guy. So I hope if he wants a spot at the Compound censored thing that's happening now, I hope there's space for him because he's an asset and he's a really good guy.
But yes, unfortunately, we've had to let everyone know on the technical side at Compound Media that it's been a nice 10-year run. And, them's how things goes sometimes. It's heartbreaking for me. These guys have been.
I wish they would have let this. I know it's business. I get it. I wish they would have let this thing go another month because Compound started right around the time Steel Toe started, like around August 10th of 2024, because Anthony got fired from Sirius around July 4th. So it's been almost 10 years since the Opie and Anthony show ended. And I wish they would have let him get to August and make 10 years. But, I mean, I guess technically Compound's still around. It's Compound censored. It's going to be a merger.
With me on a daily basis for years now.
Garrett is one of the finest employees I've ever seen.
Look at Kevin saying nice things.
That is fucking sad that he didn't have the balls to bring Garrett with him.
It's okay. And I look, full disclosure, I like Kevin. Kevin is always really, really nice to me. When I'm on MLC, Kevin's, he always takes time, talks to you after the show, all that stuff. He's always paid me very generously when I show up on MLC. I'll tell you this, when April made off unannounced with a bunch of money, and people, when I talk about that moment, like, yeah, her name's on the account. I wasn't accusing her of a fucking crime. Like, I wasn't saying, she robbed me at gunpoint. Her name's on the fucking account, but she hadn't worked for 2 months. She hadn't drawn a paycheck for 2 months. And she hadn't told me ahead of time. She didn't tell me, I got auto pay shit coming out. I got, 3 kids here. And she didn't say, like, she announced all the stuff she was going to take from the house. She announced all the stuff she wanted regarding the divorce, and we were able to talk. We were still on speaking terms. And, oh, no, wait, she did this after the divorce, so we weren't on speaking terms anymore. I had told her to only contact through my lawyer. But, a little heads up. Because there's nothing I could have done to stop her. I mean, other than I did eventually close the account and open a new one. But, like, that was after she did that. I was remarkably accommodating during that whole thing, especially considering the way it ended and what she had done and everything else. I was incredibly accommodating. If she would have said, hey, I need a little money to, tide me by while I go through this transition, Lord knows I understand that, and that would have been fine. It's the fact that, it just disappeared. Like, just one morning, I'm done with the show, and I just go and happen to check my banking app, and fucking thousands of dollars are just gone. That was fucked up. So, like, people talk about that, and they're like, oh, what do you, it's her account, too. Yes, her name was on the account, absolutely. Had she contributed to the family in any way in the last 2 months? No, not at all. I mean, negatively, if you consider it. But did I... because she wasn't working, and sometimes she would, go buy shit, go buy groceries for them and stuff, like it would show up on the thing. She'd buy fast food for their kids. At least they were eating, right? But, like, she contributed negatively, and then just to take. It's just a greedy shitbag move. I'm not saying it's a criminal move. I'm not saying she's a felon for doing that. I mean, not for that, but it's just kind of a shitty move to do that unannounced and not just go, hey, I know we're not on the best terms right now. I know you're not happy with me. I'm not happy with you, but, I'm starting my life over again. Can I have, you mind if I take a little something? No, it would have been fine. Like, just to, like, leave me to find out about it, it's a shitheel move.
Someone's got to run the technical thing. So he's going to hire Gavin's guy, Asian Pat Dixon? This is pathetic.
It's work.
I'm a little sad. I'm not going to lie.
It's very sad. Hang out. Go to the bar. Meet people at the bar.
It's just if there was something going on. And a great producer.
That somebody was doing, yeah, we might get together and join them, comedy shows or something. It just, 10 years was
it's strange that, like, 9 years ago, Anthony was hiring Gavin McInnes to work for him, and now Anthony's going to, it seems like, work for Gavin. That's really interesting with that Proud Boys money. So that's a fascinating dichotomy to this that nobody's talking about. Anthony was kind of responsible for increasing Gavin's profile and building him up. And you got to give credit to Gavin for taking the ball and running with it. And now he's going to technically be Anthony's boss, which I think is good because Anthony's a really talented broadcaster who does a really funny show. He's one of the best ever. And I think if anybody can get the most out of what Anthony has left to contribute, it's Gavin McInnes. If he's free of cancel culture and shit like that, Gavin can run a company.
Was a great run, and we built up quite the relationship, this whole team, and that's the part of this that I really fucking hate. It's just not viable anymore to have that much overhead.
Yeah,
I've been saying that for years with this fucking clown show.
Boy, if you ever have something Like, if you ever have something sensitive to report that you're emotional about, don't bring it to Kevin Brennan first. Like, if you really need to talk to somebody and he's the only guy there, okay, you can go to Kevin. But don't go to Kevin as your first option, especially if it's something you've talked about before and he's had strong opinions about it. Anthony's like, it's just not viable with a studio and a bunch of staff and all this. I told him about that. I told him that it was stupid. Jeez, it's fucking dumb. I know, Kevin. I'm admitting that right now, and it's kind of difficult for me. I know, so why don't you just say it? Fuck.
Having a studio.
It's the overhead that really does it. Bandwidth charges and pay. I mean, obviously. And I would love to be able to continue doing the show and have all those guys in the booth involved. But that just was not possible. Chrissy and Geno will do their shows from their respective studios.
Okay, and we can probably end it there because a lot of the rest of that is Kevin commentary, but that's the interesting part. So Geno and Chrissy are still going to be around, but Geno and Chrissy are going to basically have to come up with their own studios, basically their own houses, their whatever they decide to use, they're kind of on their own in that regard. So it'll be interesting to see what Geno builds. I'm going to get in touch with him today, let him rest up, and see if he needs any help. If he needs any assistance in getting a top flight studio together, I don't know. I can get him a mid one, obviously. Just put a bunch of tchotchkes in the background. Fill up the space, Gene. Fill up the space. Maybe, that big steel toe banner we have, I can put it right down here. That'll occupy this. Not the one I gave to Driveway Junkie, but we have a smaller one that we took to comedy shows. Maybe we'll use that one. $5 from Silver Wolf. He says, I'm being traditional. All right, we will honor Rumble links today as long as they're YouTube copyright friendly and whatnot. Thank you for the $5. Of course, he wants to play this. Every Friday they do this on Rumble. Can everybody do a Kermit the Frog impression but me? I think that's the most done impression, and I can't do one. If I were to do a Kermit the Frog impression right now, I'd fucking embarrass myself. Hey, what else is new? Got it. Thank you very much for the $5, buddy. 285 is our number for today. If you'd like to contribute to our little fucking dog and pony show we do over here, the Streamlabs, PayPal, and Super Chat and Rumble links are there. Go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks. We're going to stay on YouTube today. We're talking about the debates now. Then we're going to get to a little bit of Nick stuff. He brought up Aaron and Steel Toe and all that yesterday, so we'll play a couple of those clips. But, I know it says defending Nick Rekieta in the title, and yeah, I mean, kind of a little bit. Like I understand where the guy's coming from. Over 1,000 of you watching the show right now on Rumble and YouTube. Thank you so much for that. Very, very nice. We're already up over the 1,000 number. A lot higher on Rumble today, a little lower on YouTube. So, almost 1,100. 480 and 580. That's almost 1,100 people checking out the show right now. Thank you guys very, very much. Mr. Beat says, I just hope Garrett makes out great somehow from all of this. I think Garrett's a great guy. Always been nice to me in the limited conversations that I've had with the guy. Packerbacker says, how'd we get on April? E-Rock turns into April. Did E-Rock eat April? No, I was saying E-Rock was very good to me. Called and checked in, just did friend shit. You know, when people do things they don't have to do, that means a lot to me. I try to return that favor. Like, like if my buddy Geno's having a tough time with this compound thing, anything he needs from me, he's got it. Because I tell you, he and his lovely fiance have picked my ass up off the ground. That's for sure. A lot of people. I know it's kind of gay, but I feel like I should thank publicly the people who have scraped my ass up off the ground during this time of heartbreak and fucking tragedy. The only thing that makes me feel better about the hardship that I'm going through is I've had amazing friends, family, special people in my life that have selflessly given their time and attention to me. It's humbling. And also to know that I got out of there, in time to save my family. I lost part of my family, and I'm still dealing with that. It still hurts. It still sucks. And my audience, you guys, the fans of this show, have been incredibly patient with me, and I appreciate it. As I flip between rage and sadness, you guys have been incredible, and so many of you have reached out privately as well to share your stories, to help me out, and also to say how, the stuff I'm talking about helps you. I've even heard people say they're going to groups, different groups now because of what I've talked about on the show. And I think that's wonderful. Wonderful. Just E-Rock was just E-Rock, Geno, Chrissy. Good fucking people, man. Good fucking people. Ken Shamrock fan coming in to ruin it. Says phony queers stick together. Or that. Kotod with $5 says, won't let me post the URL here. Well, post it on Rumble. Kotod. Throw the $5 in, post it on Rumble. It'll go there. I'm watching both chats. Rumble is a slower moving chat, so I can kind of keep up with that one. And then on YouTube, I keep up with the super chats. So thank you guys very much for all of that. And like I said, it's 285 today. You guys are doing great. Keep the little trickle of contributions coming in. We'll turn it into 15 shows in a row with the streak. Okay, we'll have enough, gay Aaron personal life shit coming up later in the show. Let's get into this debate, huh? Did you watch any of this shit last night? Because I had a hard time. I had a difficult time watching this. I so badly wanted to turn on a movie. You know what I've never seen? Dog Day Afternoon. I wanted to watch Dog Day Afternoon for the first time ever last night, and I had my hand on the remote, just waiting. I was going to switch off that fucking debate, and I was going to turn on Dog Day Afternoon and finally watch a, 52-year-old movie? By the way, you want to feel old. Dog Day Afternoon, 1972, I believe. 52. Dog Day Afternoon. Never seen it. Would like to check it out, but I watched this fucking debate instead. And I have to say, these two are both too fucking old for this job. People talk about Biden because he's an obvious train wreck. You got to remember, when Trump's term is over, he's going to be this motherfucker's age. And this isn't the same Trump from 4 years ago. It's certainly not the same Trump from 8 years ago. I don't like the idea of a guy being 80 when he leaves office. I don't like the idea of a guy being 70 when he leaves office. I think 62 should be the cutoff for being president. That when your 8 years is up, you're 70 and you're gone. I don't want anybody over 70 years old being president. I think the minimum, what's the minimum now? 35? I'm 37. No. 40 should be the youngest you can be president. And 70 should be the oldest that you're allowed to be president. Even if you get elected at 65 and you get a second term, I think your vice president has to take over on your 70th birthday, because this motherfucker is 81, 82? Jesus Christ, was he horrible last night. And this guy, try to block out half your screen. All right, try to block this guy out. This guy looks like shit too. He's held together by fake tan. His face is long and wrinkled and saggy. Neither of this is good for us. I think Trump is going to do a much better job than Biden. But the idea that this is the best option, these two are the best options we have. I mean, you're the government. You're the U.S. government. You put a man on the moon, for God's sake. You're telling me that these two Boy Scouts, this is the world's best hope? Jesus. Actually, the Democrats are having an Armageddon moment right now. They're looking at themselves going, what's our contingency plan? Contingency plan? Your backup plan. You got to have a backup plan, right? No, we don't have a backup plan. Jesus. I'm sure you got a room of people thinking candidates up and then backing them up. You're telling me this old senile fuck, this is the best you've got? Yep. What'd you take his brains out with? An ice cream scoop? What'd that cost? $75,000? So let's watch some of this debate. I caught a little bit of shit on Twitter last night because I said both of these two are fucking old. And they're like, oh, you're gonna simp for Biden? I'm like, how am I simping for Biden? He's fucking dreadful. But I think it covered up how old Trump is, that Biden was such a fucking mess. Let's go ahead and check this out. Dude, my conspiracy theory at this point, like I watched how quickly all of the talking heads turned on Biden last night. I think this was always the plan from Jump Street. I think they planned to have this one debate so they could use it as, oh, Biden's a fucking senile old coot. We got to get rid of him. Because I have a seriously hard time doubting that all of these professional political scholars didn't know that this guy was fucked up already. All of us retarded regular voter people have watched this guy be a vegetable for the last 4 years. This isn't new. He's always been like this. He's always been a rambling, stuttering, muttering prick. He could barely put two sentences together when he had a full operating brain. But we've been watching him be a fucking tard and a tuber for the last 4 years. I have a hard time believing that Van Jones just yesterday realized that Joe Biden might be senile. These are the most cynical motherfuckers on earth. They knew this guy was fucked up 4 years ago when they put him in there. The Democrats used last night as a public execution, so they had a reason to move on from their boy. That's what happened. And now they're going, oh, me, oh, my, we had no idea. Did you not watch the State of the Union? Have you not watched him walk up a flight of stairs? Bullshit. You knew. You just used this as a cynical ploy to go, look, now we can put one in the back of old Yeller's head. We can put our dog down. And we can move on with somebody else. And now it doesn't just look like we were wrong and we picked wrong 4 years ago, but now it looks like we have a reason to do it. It's such bullshit. Not saying I feel bad for Biden, but
It's so sad.
We got it down to 35. We got to significantly increase the credit. The idea, if you lose again,
I will absolutely. There's nothing I'd rather do.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up.
Ever.
By the way, these are just clips. What we're going to play here is just clips of Biden seeming senile.
With me. And he's going to take
how much prescriptions they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal deficit.
We are very, very close to World War III.
And by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie that he's a 6 handicap of all.
That was one of like the low points of America. Like Slam Piece and I were texting each other last night, and she was like, I was a little bit behind. I was watching the live stream on YouTube. And she goes, oh my God, a golf challenge ? And I was a couple minutes behind. I got to the golf part. It was embarrassing. Two old fucks. Like, could it be more grumpy old men than this? It was two old fucks talking about their golf game, which is fine if they're sitting at a VFW drinking. Not great for a nationally televised debate. I mean, and that voice of Biden, that voice, that the old, he's got old dying grandpa voice. And he, not only does he want to be reelected, he's the fucking president right now.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8. But I have, you know how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Okay, let's
not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to
21
Let's not act like children.
You are a child.
That's okay. That's funny. So Trump's like, your swing is terrible. You're an awful golfer. I've watched you golf. I say that's an awful golfer. That's, by the way, Shane Gillis's impression of Trump, not the voice, but the character impression of Trump is perfect. He goes, just say something, make an observation, and then say you just made the observation. And that's a Trump impression. Like Shane Gillis's Trump impression is, look at this big room. I walked in here. I said to myself, what a big room. It's like that's about it. That's all you need to do. I've watched him swing. He's a terrible golfer. I was watching him golf. I said he's a terrible golfer. That's all you need. That's every thought you have as Trump. Just do it that way with that hacky voice.
specific
I'd like to see him
concern.
take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it.
Oh my God.
Any black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. They just have the money, but now they'll be able to get.
Oh, I've never seen him.
Dude, honestly, like I've only seen in my life, I've seen one person speak worse than Biden in like a debate or any kind of political thing. One person. I'm going to go to the chats here, Rumble and YouTube. Who's the person I'm thinking of? There's one guy in my entire life I've seen speak publicly or debate in politics running for office who sounded worse than Biden. Only one. I want to see if anybody's thinking of the same guy I'm thinking of before we get going here. I just want to see if I'm alone or if it's not Bush. No, Bush sounds like a fucking Rhodes Scholar compared to Biden. RFK, no, not RFK. He's just got a funny voice. He can speak fine. Yeah, there you go. Das Optic Nerve, Fetterman, Sam Show. Yeah, Fetter Woman. Well, yeah. No, Bob Dole was articulate. I would say Fetterman. But Fetterman, you know, he had a fucking stroke. Like, Fetterman had a reason as to why he sounded like a fucking retard. Biden's just and Fetterman was just running for the Senate. The people electing him could have voted him out. Biden's got the job. Biden's president. And he sounds almost as bad as stroked out Fetterman. Fetterman sounds better than Biden now. Like, Fetterman got better. And it's funny because Fetterman's brain is healing and he's becoming more conservative, which I think is hilarious. Sam Young, oh God, he hates my guts. $5 says Groundhog Day on the Steel Toe Cope Show per usual. I think these people, like I was supposed to be gone 2 years ago to these people and we're still here. So they've kind of run out of shit to say. And now they just repeat the same thing, whether it's true or not. Oof, sorry, Sam. Lady Godiva with $5 says a dug up George Washington would have been done a better job than Biden last night. Fuck. I mean, you could pick anybody but stroked out Fetterman would have done a better job than Joe Biden did last night. That was horrible. How much time do we have left in this fucking? By the way, this is from Matt Wallace on Twitter. He put a compilation together of Biden. So we got another minute left of Joe Biden just spacing it. Look at that look. That look, the soft way he speaks, where he talks like your grandpa when he was rotting away to cancer in the hospital.
Fire any, but I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good.
Out of the Paris Peace Accord, Climate Accord, we reached 1.5 degrees Celsius.
And China, nothing. And Russia, nothing. And India, nothing.
We provided thousands of millions of jobs. We have covered, if the ACA has increased, I made sure that they're $8,000. The idea.
That's the worst is when he starts a thought, doesn't finish it, moves on to the next idea. It's just so sloppy. It's like watching someone take a driver's test and just keep running over cones. They're just barreling the cones, and it's like they don't even notice it. They just boom, 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 boom. Fuck it, just keep driving. Boom, 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 boom. You've already failed the test. You've got enough demerits to fuck the thing up. Boom, 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 boom. Just keep knocking them over.
That we're not doing.
What I'm trying to say is he's a goddamn disaster. Oh, God, I'm getting shit on the listener text line. Who dressed you this morning? I mean, a button-down shirt. I like this shirt, and I'm just getting shit on for it. Slampies told me not to wear this shirt either. She goes, don't wear the boxes. The boxes are not, nobody wears boxes anymore. Fuck. I'm going to go. Sometimes the audience, like, you know, whenever I have a paranoid thought in my head, but then the audience starts saying it, I immediately just assume it's correct. Because I'm like, well, if it snuck into my brain, and now they're saying it without me prompting them to, it might be correct. So I'm going to rip this shirt off as soon as the show's over today.
We put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on now.
What the fuck does that mean? Like, you see what I mean? It's the crashing into cones. He started a thought about the cops, and then he went into equity. And I don't know what this guy wants to do. I mean, I know he doesn't either. But he never finishes a thought, so I don't know where he wants to go, what he wants to do. They're not sticking with him. As soon as I saw, when CNN started their post-debate coverage, I thought I would see some spin. I thought I would see them go, well, you know, it was a close debate, and I wonder how people are going to perceive it. When it started with, I think, Van Jones just going, this was a fucking disaster, and the Democrats are going to look to replace him, and I think he's got to go, and blah. I was like, holy shit, this must have been real bad. Because I watched the whole thing, but like I said, it was so boring and so terrible. And I was shocked to see CNN and MSNBC and the Young Turks. I was shocked to see their response because it's the thing people like us have been screaming for 4 years, and they're finally coming around on it. And it's like, well, then what the fuck were you fighting us the last 4 years for then? Like, it's really infuriating, like this political theater, this pro wrestling shit that they do, you know, where you go, oh, he's senile, he's an old coot, he's fun. Oh, you're being disrespectful to the president, and blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, nothing changes. The Biden we saw at the debate last night is the Biden we've been seeing the last 4 years. It's no different. And now finally, when it comes to losing an election, these assholes with microphones go, oh, he's terrible. Oh, he's so senile. He's so awful. It's just so dishonest.
Fees and services. In addition to that,
to die from pregnancy-related causes, and Black Americans are.
And I spoke all about those.
I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country.
On the total initiative. What's he going to do, in fact, if they
Destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block.
Elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health care system. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires.
I heard that. Yeah, I remember that part too. We have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I'm like, fuck, I'm really struggling. 1,000 trillionaires. I'm not even a billionaire yet. Not even a millionaire yet. God damn. No, I always, hold on. Oh. Big sneeze coming. I always get a kick out of incumbents telling me what they're going to do. It's like, oh, so you were just waiting for your second go round. Okay. Anytime I hear an incumbent talk about the shit they want to do, what I hear is, yeah, sorry I've been a lazy cunt this whole first term, but I'm really going to turn it up next time around. It's always a weird spot for the incumbent to start telling you what all the awesome stuff they're going to do for you. Okay, that's a little strange. Let's go to a little bit of Rumble chat here. Ep Didn't says, I thought Van Jones was going to cry for the 500th time. Yes, I thought so. I'm glad I wasn't the only one. It did seem like Van Jones seemed like he was at a funeral last night when they were asking him about the debate. Oh, my God. I'm getting fucking destroyed for this shirt. Oh, my God. Aaron's going for the Opie look. Aaron is dressed like he's going to a messy child support hearing. Oh. Thank God. Sam Show says, hey, Aaron, say life is like... Because somebody said that I look like I'm dressed like Forrest Gump today. Sam Show says, Hey, Aaron, say, life is like a cop at a Denny's. You never know what you're going to get. You fucking assholes. MSO calling me Forrest Plump. This is hurtful. This is really... I'm really excited. We're at what? 1,100, almost 1,150 people watching the show right now between YouTube and Rumble, and I'm really excited about it. And I go to the chat, and it's just like, Aaron, what the fuck are you doing with that shirt? I love doing this show is fun to do. I really do. This is you guys are great, man. This is the best part of my day. You know what? Not true. I'm gonna take the kids garage sailing today. They'll have a blast. But this show is really a great way to start the day. It's fucking hilarious to watch your guys' take on shit. Somebody on the text line says Ralph. It's not Ralph Mouth. It's Ralph Mouth. But okay. Ralph Mouth called. He wants his shirt back. It's just. Do I have to play this? Hold on. Let me. Do I have to play this? Should I have started the show with this instead? I should have started the show with this song.
Sunday, Monday, happy days. Tuesday, Wednesday, happy days. Thursday, Friday, happy days. The weekend comes, my cycle hums, ready to race to you. These days are all.
Didn't they do like the record spinning and then you had to do... Didn't you have to do like the sitcom thing where you're talking off camera, but then you realize the camera's there? Hey, and then your name pops up on the bottom. Hold on. Somebody on Twitter or whatever today, clip this. Give me the Happy Days intro. I want the record. You know, the Happy Days album thing. And then we're going to try and get my Happy Days entrance down with my fucking Richie Cunningham shirt. All right, ready? Here we go. Somebody get ready. Clip this up. Give me the Happy Days intro and then tweet it to me. I want to retweet it. I want to put it out for everybody. Here we go.
Goodbye, gray sky, hello, blue. There's nothing can hold me when I hold you. Feels so right, it can't be wrong.
All right, take two. Ready? Take three. We're going to give you a third option. Ready?
Sunday, Monday, happy days. Tuesday, Wednesday, happy days. Thursday, Friday, happy days. Saturday, what a day. Grooving on.
You fucking cunts. What I mean is, love y'all. You're fucking great. Fuck you, dude says, wow, that was gay. Rational Redhead says, I don't think that shirt is bad. Oh, no, I don't think the shirt is that bad. Power Windows says the Young Turks spurging out was funny as fuck. Hey, you know this show. We drag everything out. We'll get to the Young Turks stuff. I just like giving the audience a chance to shit on their favorite show host. Riding Dirty Llama says, ignore the lack of fashion sense, viewers. That short looks sharp on you. Want to know how I'm not lying? Ask your children and your Slam Piece. Slam Piece told me not to wear this shirt. Slam Piece told me, she goes, that's not in anymore. People don't dress like that. I don't have any fashion sense. I don't know what's in and what's out. I tried on a pair of shorts the other day and they didn't go down to my knee. And Slam Piece is like, yeah, that's how people are wearing them now. They wear them like guys wear their shorts mid-thigh now. I'm like, I'm not a walking mailman. No. I'm not Jeff Hornacek. I'm not wearing my shorts like that. 49 says, Aaron looks like he is about to open a few packs of divorced dad trading cards. Lander says, we don't enjoy harassing and shitting on just anyone, Aaron. You and your gay shirts hold a special place in all of our hearts. Papa Dan says, speaking of Forrest Gump, Jenny was a cunt who took advantage of a tard. She deserved to be molested by her dad, the bitch. SC Motorsports says, we never did get to see Forrest Jr. grow up. You do fit the profile, Aaron, herpes and all. SC Motorsports says, instead of the Fonz, you have the Oz. Hey. Yeah, he elbows a beer tap and booze comes out. That shirt. Oh, Riding Dirty Llama says that shirt looks slick on him. Haters be hating. Lander says make sure when you clip it, you put Nick in the background and a penis above Aaron's thinning hair. Ken Shamrock fan says repeat of 2020 going to happen with Trump, but way better than Biden. I don't understand what that means. Trump lost in 2020. Sam Show says give him the Happy Days theme with a super cut of everyone high on drugs. Riding Dirty Llama says also the pattern makes him look slim too. Look at this. I got people simping for me. I got some simps. Jeez, he's tall says the shirt is fine. That skit was terrible. Sorry. Tracy Lynn says the shirt is definitely a Midwestern look. Well, it is a Midwestern world, and I am a Midwestern girl. 383 Novocaine with $2 says Aaron is ready to do-si-do and promenade all slam piece all the way home. What time is the sock hop, Potsy? Says Das Optic Nerve. Satan's Mechanic, all the other laundry is dirty, bottom drawer shirt. I just got this shirt a few days ago. I like it. I just bought this shirt. Oh. Do like Alyssa Clips and Stalin and all those people and Will Heron, do they only clip me talking about the Rekieta stuff, or would they go for this too? I talked to Alyssa Clips yesterday or 2 days ago, and I told her, fucking clip away. Do what you want. I have no problem. If you beat me to it, you beat me to it. I don't put the Rekieta stuff up as clips anyway. I don't want to. That just seems dirty to me. It can just be part of the show. Aaron looks like he's going to go shopping for New Balance shoes wearing that shirt, says Los Federales. Oh, Sam Show, all the other laundry is on Nick's floor. It's fucking mean. Silverwolf with $5 says, I can't give fashion advice. I wear tan khakis and a steel toe t-shirt almost every day. Hey, there's a good dude. That guy, he's a good fella. Rogue Veda with $10 says, just for the Jeff Hornacek reference. Thank you. What do I get for saying I'm a big bumbling oaf like Greg Ostertag? I mean, if 90s basketball player references are going to get me money, I mean, then call me Benoit Benjamin or John Koncak. I'm probably more of a Will Purdue. Maybe a Tony Kukoc. No matter, honestly, guys, enough funny business. I'm definitely no Charles Shackelford. Thank you, Rogue Veda. Tracy Lynn says he's probably wearing his New Balance shoes. I'm barefoot. Nah, I'm betting flip-flops with that shirt. Shut the fuck up. It's summertime. Papa Dan says gay shirt, $20. Gay haircut, $10. Taking the piss out of the faggot who has both. Priceless. Lander says, did you get that shirt at a Dick's Sporting Goods store? Beanie Urza says, doesn't Wayne from Letterkenny wear shirts like that? Yeah. How are you now? Did Aaron find that shirt on Rekieta's floor? I wish there was booze in this. Bearded Trucker, just need your shorts and New Balance shoes. You'd fit in at Menards. Hulkamasha Baby, hey, Forrest Gump lost his girl to lawyers doing blow too for a while. Ow. Ow, fucking ow. My wife left me for a coke den and a married guy. Oh, shit. Vadam with $5 says Aaron's shirt, Aaron, that shirt screams this, okay? Oh, no. Incest, a good thing to do. Thank you, Vadam. I appreciate it. Rogue Veda with another $5 says, you have Joe Klein written all over you. Not if Mitch Richmond has anything to say about it. He does. I don't. Rogue Veda and I, if you guys will excuse us, Rogue Veda and I would like to make 90s basketball references the rest of the show. Oh, Jesus. Didn't Buffalo Bill have that shirt? Oh, wait. Was he a great big fat person? Thank you. Mr. Sane Caesar becoming a member for his 11th month on YouTube. Aaron is auditioning for a waiter gig. I mean, I know I'm laughing. But feel like psychologically these take a toll after a while. Fuck you, Aaron. You put on the shirt. Stephanie with $20 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, Stephanie. Very nice of you. 235 is our number today. Holy shit, you guys. You're doing fucking great, man. Keep her going. I mean, shit, under 200 by 8 o'clock. I'm here for it. Oh, boy. Are they done shitting on me yet? I bet Jerry Garcia would love that shirt on you. Silverwolf says you look like you say "ope" a lot and listen to The Offspring and Bowling for Soup in your 1986 Ford Fiesta. I don't like where my life is at right now. Oh, shit. You know how they say money can't buy happiness? Like, April and I had garnered a lot of expenses over the years. And lawyers, shit like that. Driving to and from Spicer every fucking day with 2 gas-guzzling vehicles. That was cheap. Buying groceries for 2 different families. That was fucking, that didn't cost very much. But like now, I'm pocketing, more cash with, all her stuff, and we're dropping goals and stuff like that. And, money's much better, but like this, I know I'm not well looking at all this shit. So when they say money can't buy happiness, I think it's true. You know what, Ken? I don't think money buys you happiness. I think money buys shit that distracts you from not being happy. That's fair. Rogue Veda with $5 says, someone called Dickie Simpkins. Oh my God. Can I? 90s basketball players. All right, fine. Well, then call me Detlef Schrempf. I gotta save the other 90s basketball players yet. Can't name them all. Mr. Beat says, did everybody hit that slam piece button yet? Yeah, slam piece the like button. Throw us into the algorithm even more. Throw us a thumbs up. That sounds like a shirt. Does look like a shirt Nick would wear. Fuck. You know what? Let's take this fucking shirt off. Tracy Lynn says, you're much happier when the bills are paid. Well, I mean, our bills were still paid. We were just spending a fuckload. Lack of money doesn't bring happiness either, says liberalism sucks. Good point. Diglett says, yep, just think of how you abused the money these fine people gave you. I never bought drugs or anything like that. There was none of your guys' money went towards any of that stuff. Actually, none of your money went towards any of it. We still paid ourselves the same amount. I mean, we never took more money from this little operation here. Oh, boy. I just looked back at his recent vids. Nick has the same shirt on. It's just a different filter. Check his YouTube. It's removed from Rumble. Bearded Trucker says, extra cash in your pocket and you bought that shirt. Can I be honest? Can I be very honest with you guys? This was a Goodwill find. I love good Goodwill finds. Like, I saw this shirt and I'm like, fucking jackpot, bro. I found $6.99. Nailed it. And now I'm just getting fucking R-worded and brutalized. Chevy fan with $2 says, that shirt is making me think Nick had something with that K yourself text. Lander says, no, you used the money donated to buy that shirt. It would have been better if you bought meth. Jesus Christ. Tanya with $20. Thank you, Tanya, over on YouTube. Appreciate that. King Kong Dong with $5 over on the YouTube end of things. Says that shirt is a gateway to this photo. 215 away, by the way. Thank you guys very much for your contributions to the program. Oh, no. Oh, no. David Koresh. No. I'm not. This is not. Nick's closer to David Koresh than I am. Come on. Hit like, hit subscribe, or else the ATF will be here in no time. How was the 5 milligram gummy 7 months ago, says Shamrock Fan. It was less than 7 months ago. Oh, Aaron, quit sleeping in Knicks t-shirts. You need a clean break, says J-Brock Contrarian. Oh, fuck you, dude, says, wow, so it was already thrown out and you thought, hey, that's a nice shirt, dumbass. Silverwolf says, that's what you consider a good Goodwill find? I mean, not anymore. A lot of my new golf shirts, like the one I was wearing yesterday, that one was a Goodwill find. That was good, right? If you go watch yesterday's episode, that was all right. God, I am getting fucking R-worded right now. Another $20 from Tanya. Wow, thank you, Tanya. Jesus Christ. Appreciate it. Sorry, don't know what happened to my previous message. Gotta love YouTube. Anyways, loving the show this morning. Hilarious. Agree with you about the debate and loved the Happy Days bit. Thank you. Richard Kristofsky with $5 says, you look more like Big Country, and can we get Biden to drop the Scranton thing? We have enough problems. I look like Big Country Bryant Reeves. There you go, Rogue Veda. You want to know something gross? When I was in high school, not when I would play on the high school team, but like when I would play pickup ball at the community center, some of the regulars there, my nickname was Big Country because they thought I played like Bryant Reeves, which, by the way, is not a compliment. They were black guys. So they were basically saying I'm a white guy who just posts up all the time and tries to shoot baby hooks. That was my move. I just post up, get the ball, dribble to my left, dribble to my left, dribble to my left, baby hook. That would be it. That was my move. Either that or mid-range jumper with my goofy-ass jump shot. Let's go to the phones. I'm sure this will be great. Hello, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, this is Aaron Imholt.
This is Aaron of the Steel Toe Morning Show. Yes.
All right. So I know there were some legal problems with your ex-wife and your old couple, but you're not out of the woods yet. I represent the fashion police, and you may be under arrest sooner rather than later. You have committed crimes against humanity by the way you dress, and I just want you to maybe lawyer up.
Thank you, buddy. Thankfully, I already have a lawyer. I'm sure you'll be sending him paperwork very soon.
Listen, I've never called into an actual radio program before. Is it okay if I give a shout out?
Go ahead.
Shout out to the Aristocox, the Aristocunts. Shout out to Optic. Shout out to Landers. Shout out to anybody I might have missed. Shout out to Gandhi. Shout out to Gino Visconti's Polio Cup. Shout out to Aaron Imholt's Garter Belt. Shout out to April Anderson's Floppy Labia. Shout out to, I think that's all I got.
Thank you, buddy. And yes, certainly Aristocox rise. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. But thank you, Fashion Police.
Bye.
Bye. You ever get roasted on your own program? By the way, only 215 away today. Thank you guys for your generosity. Chevy fan with $2 says that shirt looks like if Woody from Toy Story worked at the Outpost. God damn it. Bearded Trucker says, you look like you're ready to go minivan shopping again. Oh, did I ever tell you guys I got rid of the minivan for April? I don't mean like I traded the minivan and got her. But like when we started seeing each other before we were official, she didn't like that I drove a minivan. And I drove it because it had TVs and DVD players and it would entertain the kids. And she didn't like it. She didn't say it was a deal breaker, but she was embarrassed that I had a minivan. And I traded it in for the badass Tahoe. God, what a fucking goober I was. I hate thinking about that sometimes as I'm like, she didn't really like you, dude. Like, she liked... I won't say she never really liked you. I think she did. I think she was... We had a couple good, really good years. And whatever. Fuck it. Who cares? But she liked me more. Material things do turn her on. And, you know, I'm more of a Menard's dad kind of a guy. But, like, if we take a trip to Vegas, she'd get happier. I bought the Tahoe. She got happier. We bought the truck. She got happier. I hired her here and paid her an exorbitant sum of money. She got happier. People criticize her on the internet. She got less happy. It's always a bitch to see the signs after it's over. It always sucks to see it afterwards, but better late than never, right? Once the drugs got involved, it became really easy. It was just too late, and it was super painful. Did that shirt come with a free bowl of soup, says GZ's Tall. Oh, nice shirt. Bet you buy a shirt like that, you get a free bowl of soup with it. Huh, looks good on you, though. I used to be able to do a better Rodney. This is what happens when you put buttons on a tablecloth. Oh, my God, 2 tablecloth comments in a row. 3 tablecloth comments in a row. Lab Glass, Satan's Mechanic, and Fauci's Pangolin. Hulkamasha Baby says, your choice of shirts is second to your choice in wives. Maybe take outside input. Yeah, maybe Dad was right on the wife thing, too. You need a big white van now, says Ken Shamrock fan. Rogue Veda with $10 says, what in the name of Cherokee Parks is going on here? I don't know. Let's ask Doug West. Don't make me call up Pooh Richardson. 205 away from today's goal. Dutch Pantry wants their tablecloth back, Aaron. Fucking hell. Shout out to Kirkhoven. Yes, thank you, SC Motorsports. $2 from Dr. Silverwolf. He says, you look like an extra for Lonely Island's I Just Had Sex video. Angelica's doll, you look like a Rekieta wannabe. Oh, no. Well, actually, guys, you see what the problem is. What you don't understand is that I'm not here to correct your narrative. It's not my responsibility to fix your broken narrative. What a cunt. Like, what is just an arrogant cunt? And that's coming from me. Gas station food affects the brain. He who gives up his vehicle for mid-puss deserves neither. Fuck you, dude, says Ben Franklin, probably. He who gives up his vehicle for mid-puss deserves neither. Sam Show says she was a groupie. Oh, my God. Cheeseburger Pie with $2 says, if it wasn't for the anchor baby, you would still be in a good old buck. A good old... Oh, Buick, I think he means. Satan's Mechanic said, but did we learn anything, Aaron? Yes, we learned a lot. We learned a lot. Riding Dirty Llama says, you see, Aaron didn't lay down the dad law, kids before the non-mom. We all learned difficult lessons. Hey, I put the kids first eventually. I will say that. People were arguing about that on Twitter. I kept getting notifications. Aaron should have said something sooner. Blah, blah, blah. Like, 2 guys were fighting. Like, one guy thought I was, like, noble and doing the right thing and was the good guy and all this. And the other guy's like, he's a piece of shit who should have said something sooner. And they were all adding me and shit. And I agreed with the second guy. I agree with the guy who said I should have said something sooner. I agree. I'll regret that for the rest of my lives. But the point is, when the kids came to their dad and said, we don't want this, I went, well, then we're not fucking doing it. And as much as this is going to hurt to lose this person. And at the time, both of them, I mean, I was all fucked up and, whatever. But I was like, well, nobody comes close to these 3 kids. Like, these 2 women cannot replace these 3 kids. Not in a fucking million years. So I pulled my head out of my ass in time, but it was too late for what a good dad would do. I got to earn back that good dad status, and I'm doing that now. But I agree with the guy, and I appreciate the guy who was defending me. That's very nice of him. But I agree with the guy who said I should have said something sooner. He's 100% right. Sam Show says that's the internet. They were calling you a snitch to start with. I know. Believe me, Sam Show. I know I can't win. I know I'm either a snitch or a rat, or I should have said something sooner. Nobody's ever going to say Aaron did it perfectly. First of all, because I didn't. First of all, I put my family in that position in the first place. That's my fuck up. But once everybody kind of showed me the light and went, hey, the thing with you and Kayla was never real, and you're getting played. I was like, that made it a lot easier. McBuster says, thank you, Ashley, for saving Aaron and the kids. All donations should go to Ashley. A lot of your donations go to Ashley. Believe you me. Thank you guys so much. This is a lot of fun. Comedy Shaman with $2 says, my girlfriend is becoming my full-time co-host soon. Any advice? Get the fuck out! Broken Pencil with $4.99 says, any update on if Red Bar is going to do the roast? I saw on his show that he said he will, but said you had to reach out to him. How do you reach out to Mike? Do you email? I think maybe you email him. He could do a set, but he'd have to keep it to like 10 minutes. Just come out, do 10 minutes. I mean, obviously, we'd pay for his hotel. We'd pay for his flight. We'd give him a couple bucks for coming out. I have $1,000 spot that I have to fill. Because, like, you guys do great with the ticket prices and stuff like that. And we can afford a pretty nice show. We're bringing Geno and Keanu. I've got a $1,000 and a $500 spot. $500 would be like someone around here. You just give them $500. But I got $1,000 for someone who needs airfare, hotel, and then, a few $100 for doing the show. And I'd like it to be Chad Zumach. I offered it to Chrissy first. I would have given her probably the whole 15, but like I offered it to Chrissy first. She can't be away from the kid for that long at that point, which fucking I totally understand. But yeah, the 1K spot, I don't think Brennan would do it. Maybe Levy would do it. If I gave Levy $1,000, do you think he'd come out? Or Shuley? If I gave them $1,000, do you think they'd come out and do the roast? That would be a lot of fun. I know the very next week they've got DabbleCon, but that could be kind of fun. I got a spot and I want to throw it at, or maybe we take that money, we keep it, and we just give it away to the fans at the show. That wouldn't be the worst idea, right? Might not be too bad. I'm thinking out loud now. $200 even away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for being so generous to our little program. Oh, God, there's some mean stuff that I can't read. That's about other people. Oh, boy. There's a small plane service straight from Tucson to St. Cloud, said Cheeseburger Pie. Who do I know who lives in Tucson? All right, let's go ahead and get to more of this debate stuff. We did that supercut of Biden's most embarrassing moments. Well, I guess the Trump campaign last night already made like a campaign ad of Biden's worst moments. They made a 90-second commercial out of the debate. I really don't see how the Democrats can keep him as the candidate after last night. The weirdest part is watching all these, like I said, watching all these Democrats turn on him is so disingenuous because they knew that this guy was a simpleton. They knew that this guy's brain was broken. They knew he was senile before this debate. I think they were using this as the excuse to basically publicly execute his career and get rid of him. Because there's no way that these people who, you may disagree with them on politics, but they're not dumb. They have eyeballs. They saw what we saw the last 4 years. But they just wanted it on a grand stage so they could get rid of him. And I think they're going to. But let's take a look at the last at the 90-second supercut that the Trump campaign made.
Making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. With dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare, we're finally providing housing for Black Americans. The impact on the choice. The idea
that's the thing that got me last night. Like, I tuned out a lot of the words they were speaking because, God, debates are fucking boring. Like, doing debate streams, I don't think I could do because they're just so fucking tedious. To me, it's like trial streams. Like, I get that people like to watch that shit, but court is just so boring. I'd rather just watch somebody else do it.
That they're gonna. I've been proposing that everybody the millionaires pay 1%. 1%. So no one I've not raised the cost of Social Security for anybody. I got my hand.
Watching this back, I realized how much I just kind of tuned out of this because the thing I always just noticed about Biden was that he was wheezing. He had death wheezing the entire time. He's that he had like a death rattle in between sentences. That's what I noticed. But like now listening to his actual words, Trump was smart not to get too crazy and like, I'm going to destroy this guy and I'm going to knock it, like getting all nuts like he usually does. He was a lot more subdued last night. I get why. He basically just had to kneel on the football.
Handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. And wants to get around.
See, I wasn't watching really. I was kind of listening. I didn't see Trump's face when Biden said he got his handicap from an 8 down to a 6. Trump just goes, ugh.
You get rid of the ability of Medicare for us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. When I'm induced,
I think we need to get rid of Biden as a candidate and bring someone else in for one very simple reason. And that is it will be an embarrassment to this country how close this election between these two is going to be. Just because people are so, like, they have their political biases so built in that they can't admit that their guy's a fuck up because they've made the other guy Hitler in their mind. I want Biden to get out of there simply so when Trump wins, and it's not like, because it should be 48 states to 2. And the fact that it's not going to be that Biden will get, anywhere between 15 and 20 states is fucking embarrassing. And honestly, it's why I'd like to see him drop out of the race, because it'll be humiliating to see how close this actually is. And it'll expose, I don't mean for Trump or I don't mean for Biden, it'll expose us. Like just how dumb and unable to make wise decisions we are.
Fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more border patrol and more asylum officers.
More what? Yeah, like I couldn't follow what he was saying because he would start on one topic, and then as he started on the one topic, it didn't even shift to another topic. It just kind of wandered out. Like when you see someone just walking deeper and deeper out into the ocean for no reason at all. P-Dog Knight with 199 says, another comedy show. Didn't you learn? I'm not going to fuck anybody at this comedy show. That's better, right? I'm learning that. Don't fuck any of the girls at the comedy. Oh, God. Well, Landers says, well, that's why you can't let every retard vote. Mass voting is dumb shit. Should be tests, right? There should be tests. CNN and MSNBC has covered this all day, every day for years. CNN and MSNBC have watched this guy operate for 4 years. They know how bad he is. He didn't turn shitty last night. He didn't all of a sudden become senile last night. These people have been watching this for 4 years and decided last night was the night they would pounce because it's getting too late in the game. And they want to switch him out. They thought Biden could limp along and beat Trump. They're watching Trump kick his ass, and now they want to get somebody else in there. J. Brock Contrarian says, I legit felt bad for Biden last night. He was as confused as Aaron at an orgy. I'm not confused, just morally conflicted. Liberalism Sucks says, I skipped watching it. Holy shit, he was worse than expected. He really was. G. Coquinas says, Biden is used to the clapping and cheering for everything he says, and we didn't see that last night. Yeah, it was bad all around, man. And we're going to watch, I think. Okay, yeah, now we're getting into the reactions of CNN, MSNBC. We've got a Young Turks one, by the way. That'll be fun. I love watching the Young Turks blow a gasket over this shit. That's always a good time. By the way, almost 1,200 of you checking out the show at the moment via Rumble and YouTube. We appreciate that. I'd like everyone to hit like, everyone to hit subscribe. Solid fucking audience today, man. YouTube a little lower, Rumble a little higher, a lot higher. We appreciate it, guys. Keep it up. And a nice little crowd for today's show. Let's go to Van Jones first. I watched this. I watched the CNN post-debate coverage. I just left it on. And they jumped right into it, man. They jumped right in. Embarrassing, terrible. The Democrats need to go shopping for a new candidate. All my Democratic friends are texting me and telling me that it's over. Like, they didn't waste any time. Again, this politics shit is so pro wrestling. I 1,000% believe they had this narrative planned ahead of time, and they were going to say this no matter what Biden did, because they've been watching the last 4 years. They know that we've been right this whole time. They just couldn't admit it. And now it's getting too late in the game, and they see that Biden's getting his ass kicked in the polls, and they're like, all right, before we have our convention in, August, we'd better start setting the table and getting the runway ready for the replacement, because we can't just have it come out of nowhere. Now, it's so awkward to watch them now admit that the fucker's senile when they've been watching it for 4 years. Let's continue on. This is Van Jones on CNN.
And I think there's a lot of people who are going to want to see him consider taking a different course now. We're still far from our convention, and there is time for this party to figure out a different way forward if he will allow us to do that. But that was not what we needed from Joe Biden, and it's personally painful for a lot of people. It's not just panic, it's pain for what we saw tonight.
Why? Why should again, I'll ask you again, and maybe these people are just good actors. Why is today painful? This is not new. Nobody drove, nails through your hands and gave you stigmata. They've been there for 4 years. Again, nothing new happened last night. But all these guys are all of a sudden clutching their pearls. This is Joy Reid over at MSNBC. To me, watching Van Jones struggle, I don't really care. Van Jones is just an analyst. Joy Reid has been a fucking asshole. Joy Reid has been a cunt. Joy Reid has been a piece of shit to a lot of people. At the mere suggestion that Joe Biden might not be fit for office, or the mere suggestion that Trump might be a better option, or the suggestion that Biden's too old, or that he might be senile. She has shit on people hard for that. So to watch her go on and have to cope with all this stuff, that to me it's beautiful. Let's go ahead and watch Joy Reid of MSNBC. This was her reaction to the debate.
And a slight cold as well. So I understand not feeling well. And, obviously Joe Biden comes in with certain deficits. He has a stutter. It is more difficult for him to communicate for that reason. So there's a lot.
That's what you're going with? He was breathing in death rattles. And you're going to say, oh, stutter. No, that a stutter is different. If someone would have been talking like the guy in Armageddon who was like, oh, we believe that we could take a laser and we can heat the other. If he was talking like that would, we could get past that. He can't hold a coherent thought and bring it to completion. That's not a stutter's problem. Talk to someone who's, in fact, apologize to everyone with a stutter, because they eventually get to the point. The guy in My Cousin Vinny, it may not have been the best opening statement, but he gave one. Ladies and gentlemen of the giraffe. At least he got to the point. Biden, it's not the stutter. It's the retardation.
Lot to mitigate the way that he speaks, and you can understand it, and we've observed him for a long time. That said, I, too, was on the phone throughout much of the debate with...
That's good. Her and Van Jones both, and like everybody on these debate panels, I kind of thought that was weird, too. They all kept saying, I was on the phone during the debate. I was texting with people during the debate. Aren't you an analyst? Aren't you supposed to be watching the debate? So you're just taking phone calls and like, hi, oh, no, don't worry. They pay me high into the six figures just to bullshit anyway. No, I don't need to watch it. Hold on. Let me mute it. It's distracting me from the phone call. Yeah, girl, go ahead. Let's gossip about the presidents. That's what I mean by like this narrative was picked out before this debate. These people were all going to say this shit no matter what happened last night because they're getting ready to toss him overboard because the polls are bad.
Obama world people, with Democrats, with people who are political operatives, with campaign operatives. My phone really never stopped buzzing throughout. And the universal reaction was somewhere approaching panic. The people who were texting with me were very concerned about President Biden seeming extremely feeble.
Okay, again, he's been feeble. And you have to remember, MSNBC will suck the dick of anybody that isn't Trump. So you don't think they're doing this on purpose? You think MSNBC's ever going to admit to an L? No. This is all planned, and they've already got their person picked out, and they want to bring somebody else in. MSNBC is never going to go, oh, Trump kicked our ass. Oh, we're in bad shape. Oh, Biden's this. They are never going to do that unless they have a plan in place. They're never just going to go, oh, Trump won and he's better than us. Even CNN last night, they were going, well, you know, Trump broke the fact check machine with all his lies, but Biden looked terrible. Like, so they're never going to say it was a Trump victory. They had this ready for tonight.
Seeming extremely weak. And, you know, I'll just reiterate what I said earlier. President Biden had one job tonight, and it was one primary job. And yes, it was to litigate Donald Trump's, you know, criminality and all of those things. But he had to settle his own party. He needed to settle Democrats. Democrats, you know, they always talk about Democrats are bedwetters and Democrats are always panicking. Yeah.
Correct. Agreed. Continue on.
Democrats are always panicking. They're always scared, right? They're always thinking they're going to lose. Like Democrats are.
You know what we should do then? We should put those people in charge. That would be great. Let's put a bunch of nervous Nellies who always think the world is coming to an end. Let's put a Jewish mother in charge of the country. Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Let's get her in there. This party's all. People say that us Democrats, we're always panicking and we're always losing our mind and we're irrational, like a bunch of broads or something. And yes, that's true. Okay, good.
Very pessimistic. This is just
neurotic.
Who they are. They're neurotic. But
I like that guy. He drops in neurotic. I would have kept going. Cunty. Bitchy. Yes. Yes. No. I feel like now you're starting to name too many things. I understand. Cowardly. Chicken shit. Dishonest. Liars. What?
Joe Biden's job was to reassure them tonight. His job was to calm his party, to make them feel that, yes, I can do this. I have 4 more years in me.
Then you're a fucking idiot because he's shown you nothing of the like the last 4 years. You've known this. You just thought he could limp to the finish line and beat Trump until you installed the vice president. And now you're noticing that you're not going to get that opportunity, so you're ready to cut the cord on grandpa.
I have the ability and the stamina and the strength to do 4 more years. Yeah. He did not do that. He did the opposite of that. He made them more panicked. The people who were texting me were even more panicked. They actually expected it to be better than it was. And now,
well, then the people you were texting and talking to are fucking stupid. Because nobody should have expected better. Most of us that tuned into that debate weren't even tuning into that debate for Trump. We were tuning in to see how bad Biden would look, and we weren't disappointed. So I don't know who these people who these Democratic operatives are that said that they expected better. They should be canned.
Now they're in I won't say a full-fledged panic, but it's getting there.
And are people that you're talking to who are expressing these concerns, are these people who are involved in Democratic politics, or are these liberals watching TV?
These are not liberals watching TV. These are campaign people. These are people who are either Democratic operatives. These are people who are former, sort of Obama world administration people. These are people.
Mossad agents. Israeli spies.
Or in the business.
Okay.
So the civilians are also panicking. They're also texting me, but I was trying to kind of ignore the civilians and really talk to the campaign folks.
Boy, that should be the slogan for cable news. Ignoring the civilians and listening to the professionals. It's kind of what they do anyway. Ignore public opinion. Talk to the people in the bubble.
People are, they're worried, and there is, it's not a full drumbeat yet, but there is talk of, look, here's the thing. I know a lot of politicians. I just happen to know a lot of them at a lot of levels. They all.
Wow, it's almost like you've been working in news for a long time. Look at you, name dropper.
Believe that they have a unique ability to run the race that they passionately want to run. And I know for a fact that Joe Biden passionately believes that he is the only person who can beat Donald Trump, and he has evidence of it because he did it before.
Right.
He knows that he has certain demographic strengths that Donald Trump cannot counter. He is.
Yeah, he just needs to be reminded that he did that every morning like Drew Barrymore in 50 First Dates. That's all. So Joy Reid having a tough time. Van Jones is having a tough time. MSNBC, CNN, they're having a tough time. Everybody's just having a rough go of it. But nobody's having a bigger rough go of it than your best friend, our boy, Cenk Uygur at the Young Turks. You know, one of my favorite political videos of all time is Cenk Uygur and the Young Turks melting down over the 2016 election. Like, they're all strapped in, they're ready to go, and they're like, oh, we're going to have a woman president, and Hillary's going to win, and this is going to be great. And then as the results start coming in and Trump starts winning, they're like, oh, no, oh, my God, this is terrible. And they even went brace for impact. And then Anna Kasparian is yelling at people and calling them fat and retarded. And so anytime I can get a Cenk Uygur seething clip, I'm a happy guy. Five finger death punch. Fuck Joe Biden. Says Satan's mechanic. All right, well, Midland band. $200 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. You're at $200 before 8 o'clock, which I appreciate a ton. If you'd like to continue contributing to this program, we appreciate it. We'll get our streak to 15 straight shows and 165 out of 166. Appreciate it. And we've hit 1,200 people today. Thank you. We got about an even split over on Rumble and YouTube. Like, subscribe, all that fun stuff. We appreciate it, guys. All right, we got some Cenk Uygur clips. Let's go to the first one. It's a shorter one, 50 seconds. Over on Twitter. This is from Malcolm X. Malcolm X. This guy's a great account to follow. He has a lot of good clips on a lot of different stuff. He says, Cenk from the Young Turks has been cutting a savage promo on Joe Biden nonstop since the end of his train wreck debate meltdown. It's glorious. You guys want to watch the Ultimate Warrior, Cenk Uygur? Cut a promo on Joe Hogan? Take that plane into a nosedive, Joe Biden. And then you will be close to parts unknown. All right, let's watch Cenk cut a promo. I'm excited. Malcolm X always gives us good clips.
The American people have eyes and ears. They see that the emperor has...
Holy shit, does he have a White House on fire as his background? Nobody accused the Young Turks of not having a penchant for the dramatic. All right. Oh my God, they're calling this the final election. You know what I love about the Young Turks? You know how like CNN and MSNBC, we were saying like it's scripted. We know exactly what they're going to say. They had this reaction planned out. I can never say that about the Young Turks. These guys, you talk about heart on your sleeve, flying by the seat of your pants, just fucking letting your emotions run wild. That's the Young Turks. They are the best at that. They are just like, I'm feeling something right now in the moment. Let me shout it as analysis.
And ears. They see that the emperor has no clothes. You keep pretending it. Well,
how's my dick?
At this point, now after this debate, everyone can see. He has no clothes. He has no mind. It's over. So guys, here, more. Number one, he lost his train of thought 2 different times in just terrible ways. And there's one.
2 different times. All right, now Cenk's letting off the gas a little bit. He's being a little conservative on that 2 different times, but okay.
One way of losing your train of thought. Hey, I was going to say something. Damn it, I forgot it. All right, I'll come back to it, right? That's how you lose train of thought.
We do that.
And it's normal.
I love that guy. We do that. This guy knows who he works for. That's because the Young Turks run on like pure, unadulterated, unfiltered emotion. It is all just, I'm feeling this in the moment. I'm giving her.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that. He ended one question by saying, by the way, and that was that. By the way, and the end.
Yeah.
So this is epic disaster. He looked like Fire Marshal Bill, that old Jim Carrey character. So, I mean,
I'd take him as the nominee.
See, that's what I respect about the Young Turks. Yeah, they're lefties. Yeah, but they're honest. To a fault. Like, they're too honest. They need to sometimes sit down with their thoughts a little bit before they go on. But I appreciate that they're like, it's a fucking disaster. He's Fire Marshal Bill. And the other guy goes, I'd actually take Fire Marshal Bill right now. That would be better. I appreciate it. But look, how have you guys not known this? I have a hard time believing that this is the first time that you're noticing that Joe Biden might be a little iffy on the intellectual side of things. I don't know. Let's go to the next Young Turks clip. We've got Cenk Uygur for 2 minutes. Oh, God. Let the man cut a promo. This was 6:52 p.m. I don't know. Is this... I don't know what time this is. I know it started at 8 o'clock Central Time. So is this... Are they out east?
Got his mouth
So this is before the debate?
open. He looks confused, doesn't know where he is.
Oh, no.
He's lost his train of thought at least twice in like disastrous shape. Those are going to be
okay, so this must be Pacific time.
Played a billion times in viral video after viral video. This is an epic disaster. I see people online saying, well, okay, that answer wasn't so bad. No, it doesn't. Any particular answer doesn't matter at all. This thing is over.
I love them. There's no teleprompter. There's no like manager going, all right, why don't you just fucking chill for a minute? Maybe we'll be okay. It's just a bunch of people having a feeling session. And I like that.
He looks like he's barely surviving. I don't mean the debate, I mean life. And so there's no person that has a single brain cell left in their head who thinks that Joe Biden is the best candidate to take on Donald Trump. You would have to be even crazier than Donald Trump to think that. This thing is over.
You have to remember, these people think Donald Trump is Hitler. So for you to be crazier than Donald Trump, you have to be crazier than Hitler to think that Joe Biden has a chance. I gotta say, we've watched CNN, we've watched MSNBC. You can hate the Young Turks all you want, but can we give them this? They're the most honest out of any of them. They're the most real, and I can respect that.
Donald Trump to think that. This thing is over. I'll guarantee you this. I would bet show me a Democratic politician and I will bet them any amount of money that Joe Biden's going to lose this election if he's the candidate. It's a guaranteed loss.
I mean, yeah.
You're telling me this is the most important election of our lifetimes? You're telling me that democracy's on the line and you're going to put on a guy who can't even talk?
I will, it's amazing. I mean, this debate is going to have a far bigger impact on the polls than Trump's guilty verdict, for sure. I mean, the polls barely moved for Trump's guilty verdict, but they're going to go all over the place for Biden fucking up this debate. I mean, Trump might even take the lead in places like Minnesota. I know like 2 weeks ago, I was going like Minnesota's a blue state until it's red. And I still agree with that. I think Minnesota will favor the Democratic candidate. And I'm not going to stop saying that until a Republican wins. I'm willing to be wrong to be right, so to speak. But after this debate, if they keep Biden in there, Trump might start taking the lead in some of those polls.
Who can't even sit there and look normal. This thing's a bloodbath. He's going to get annihilated. That is, okay, now the Democrats have to decide. Are they happy to lose? Are they willing to lose? Because this is a guaranteed loss.
Wow. This is so much worse than my worst nightmares of what.
It's hard not to enjoy this. And I'm not even the biggest Trump guy in the world. I'm kind of a Rand Paul dude when it comes to my politics and whatnot. I really enjoy this shit because it's people who take this so seriously and they're just being vulnerable and emotional and they're being volatile and they're not sitting with their feelings for a second to kind of let it marinate and think about it. They're just Boom. Turn on the fucking cameras and we're just going to start emoting. I love this.
What it could be like in every way. The visual stuff is obvious. The staring off, the looking down, it looks terrible. His voice is so utterly weak and feeble. And honestly, like that immediately hits you when you see him, but what he says and what he doesn't say on the most important core issues of the election are even worse. Trump won on abortion in the debate. Trump comes out of the January 6th stuff looking fine. He comes out of the criminal conviction stuff looking fine. Joe Biden looks worse on democracy after that. He looks worse on criminality after that.
Yeah, like Trump had like the most sensitive things, the things that could hurt him the most, the things that would be the hardest to spin out of. And he actually ended up winning them. Like he actually did a good job with the shit that was supposed to fuck him up. That's how bad Joe Biden was with this whole thing. Is that you had Trump on January 6th having people go, oh, okay, well, now that you explain it that way, I understand. That's totally reasonable. Ooh, boy, was that rough. Packer Backer says, Aaron is falling for the left's antics. Uh-oh. A week ago, the Turks loved Biden. Marching orders have come down to slam Biden from all directions so they can replace him. Really? They liked him? I don't really watch them a lot, but every time I watch them, I find them to be genuine with their craziness. I do. Dead Game says to the Young Turks guy, he says, you, sir, you look like a gay F word. Wow. Wow. $200 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, we are getting very, very close to our 15th consecutive win today. Almost 1,200 of you checking out the show at the moment. Thank you very much. Go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe, no matter what platform you're watching on. We're going to go to some of Nick's thoughts on this debate. He talked about your boy. He talked about your boy's ex-wife a little bit. There were some very telling things in there. A lot of people, a couple people sent me clips. I had a lot of people telling me it was too boring, they couldn't watch it. And maybe that's because, and I know why people thought Nick was boring. Nick has always been unentertaining. Like, he's not a funny guy. He's not a particularly good talk show host. A lot of people were watching him to see him fuck up and get drunk and all that shit. Like it was a lolcow thing. And don't get me wrong, all of us are lolcows. I mean, you talk into one of these, you're a buffoon. You're a clown trying to dance for people at a birthday party. But like him actually giving his thoughts, he's not like a pundit. He's not like a sharp dude with great insight. His humor consists of like, oh, get it? Black people don't take care of their kids. All right, we got it. And like really out of place, forced, edgy humor, like real kind of like trying to be edgelord stuff. Like it's kind of like his copes about his case. It all kind of ends up being like 16-year-old edgelord shit. So like when people were going, when people were saying, oh, fuck, I can't watch this, it's too boring. It's like, well, what did you expect? It's a non-entertaining guy watching a debate. Like, it's a guy who's not good watching something that's not good. How are you expecting a positive? There's a reason I didn't do a debate stream last night. It would have been boring and terrible. It wouldn't have been entertaining. It would have been worse than a hot tub stream. So he got on, and I don't know if he deserves credit for this or if he should be backhanded for this, but he goes to the chat, and his entire chat is just people shitting all over him. His chat is just people motherfucking him and hammering him and saying like really horrific shit about his case, really horrific shit about like his marriage and his kids and drug problems and addiction and going to jail and all of this stuff. I mean, it is nasty in there. And then I saw on Kiwi Farms that Nick is actually in his chat during his stream typing at people. Nick has to learn, and maybe it's narcissism, so maybe he can't learn it. Nick has to learn to let people have opinions he doesn't like. You're going to drive yourself fucking insane. You're going to end up, doing something bad to yourself since we're on YouTube today. If you keep reading people's comments, watching everything about you, reading everything about you, and then having this incessant need that you need to correct the record. People are saying bad things about me. Yeah, you talk into a microphone for a living and you got arrested with a shitload of coke and your 9-year-old tested positive for blow. People are going to say shitty things about you. You got to focus on you. Ignore that shit. Stop DMing random strangers who say bad stuff about you. Stop texting and calling all your friends every time they make a joke you don't like. Camelot said on his stream a night or two ago, Camelot said that Nick texted him after his stream with Drexel because Camelot laughed at a joke and Nick didn't like that. What the fuck? That need to control narratives, that need to control conversations or control the way people think, that puts you in a mental prison. Not only that, it's a really big sign of narcissism. To me, my position has always been this. If you come to me and you ask me a question, I'll answer it. People write me a bunch of stuff on Twitter, I'll address it for them. But outside of that, outside of people directly coming to me, I talk into this thing, I get to tell my story, have my opinions, and then everyone who hears it gets to have their opinions and they get to talk about whatever they want, say whatever they want, feel about me however they want. That's how this works. It's a give and take. You're a host, they're an audience. You didn't see Letterman going and addressing everyone who didn't like The Late Show or Late Night or whatever the fuck it was called. People, secure people or even mildly insecure people don't do that. But he needs to go in that chat. He feels like he's going to go in there. These people are in that chat to fuck with you. They want to hammer you. They want to see you panic. And you give it to them every time. You don't have to read it. But let's, he had his, a lawyer buddy of his. I think this is like a guy who like goes way back with Nick's family. Ty Beard. I don't know much about any of these people. Again, people are always surprised when I say, we didn't really talk about streaming. We didn't really talk about that kind of stuff. I don't know a lot of these cactus. But he had this guy, Ty Beard, on, who I don't know what he contributes. He's not a particularly talented fella. Maybe Nick just doesn't have a lot of people who will be seen on camera with him. I don't know. But he had this guy on, and they're watching the debate, and Nick goes into the chat, and he takes super chats, shitting on him. And and then he's going into people who are just free chatting in there, and he's like typing to him. He's writing back to, it's not my job to fix your broken perspective, and I never said shit about this. And blah, blah. It's like, Nick. You're giving them exactly what they want. They're fucking with you. They want to see if you'll respond. You're not going to win your court case in a YouTube chat room. You're not going to win your court case in the comment section. In fact, you're going to lose it in the comment section. You're not going to win your court case on a stream. You're going to lose your court case on a stream. But let's go ahead. Some people had some interesting clips out of these. I'm not going to listen to the whole 8 minutes because, imagine that. We'll listen to a little bit of this. He did a debate stream last night, and he had this Ty Beard on, and they just, I never understood reading the chat and then getting mad at the chat. It's like hitting yourself in the head with a hammer and then being mad at the bump. Or mad at the hammer. You're sitting there picking it up. You're reading people shitting on you and saying really hurtful shit about your case and everything else. And people you either like or hate. And you're letting it trigger the fuck out of you and get you all angry. Just let it go, man. Let it go. Secure people, just let people, like in my YouTube chat right now, I bet you there's a bunch of people just going, you fucking suck, you're terrible, you're the worst guy ever, you're a piece of shit, you're just as bad as he is, NLO rules, blah, 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 blah. I'm sure there's all of that. Enjoy the show. Or don't. As Will Sasso said, or don't. come here to shit on it, whatever. That's what the comment section is for. That's what the chat is for people to enjoy the show however they'd like. They don't have to enjoy the show the way you want them to. Let's go ahead and watch some of this and break some of it down.
Will Heron says, Nick, can you speak on how April is, and is she living with you all? Let me answer in reverse order. No, she's not living with me or you all, whoever you all is.
That is fucking interesting. I don't want to feed like Kayla left rumors or anything like that, because obviously I'm the last person who would know. But no, she's not living with me. She's not living with whoever you all is. Huh. That's either him trolling the internet a little bit, which would be kind of brilliant, or that was a bit of a slip. But then again, in that hot mic thing, he said, could you go ask? Never mind. So that there's somebody else in the house. But this is an interesting thing, and Nick does this a lot, especially since he's in a legal ordeal. Nick is the king of the half-truth. Nick is the king of taking a nugget of something, ignoring the greater idea, or playing stupid and pretending he doesn't know what the person's talking about, and then just addressing literally this one little item and going, ha, see? Good. It's a child. Again, it's a 16-year-old child's tactic. But the person asked, is April living with you? He goes, let me answer in reverse order. April is not living with me or us, whoever we are. April is in the house next door. So April's on the property. And April was on the hot mic during that stream. I don't think she went, quote unquote, home to Nick and Kayla's house that night. You should ask, is April living on a property with your name or trust attached to it? That would be the question to ask. I mean, yeah, her having her own living space in the house next door and then just spending a lot of time and having a lot of sleepovers over there. Yeah, technically that's not living there, but you know what that guy meant. There's a difference between, that guy asked him a question that gave Nick enough wiggle room to kind of weasel his way out of it. He's very good at weaseling.
Can I speak on how she is? I could probably speak on my opinion of how she is, but I'll let her speak for herself if she ever chooses to.
Wow, that's mighty. That's mighty whitey. You'll let her? Wow. You hear that, guys? He's going to let her. That's kind of a Freudian slip too. He doesn't see himself as kind of a narcissistic cult personality. He doesn't see himself that way. So you can't look at him and tell him that. He'll deny it and he'll believe he's telling the truth. But there's those little phrases that you use. I'll let her tell you how she is. It's like, what do you mean you'll let her? I thought she doesn't live with you. You don't have any control or contact or anything else with her. What do you mean let her? You have no control over that unless you do.
Daff B3TA says, hope you escape without too much hardship. Would love to have Unbreaded come back, Mr. Lawpope. Keep an eye on the channel tomorrow. Looking to stream sometime tomorrow. Maybe it might still be in the evening.
He does have the look and the demeanor of someone who is, I will say, remarkably stressed out. Like remarkably, not quite end of your rope, but end of your rope adjacent. Like, I almost feel bad watching these because, again, the optimum situation would be all of these people that some of them I used to love, some of them I was good friends with. The optimum situation would be they get their shit together, they stop abusing substances, they quit cold turkey on cocaine, alcohol, every drug they've ever done, every stimulant, every depressant, every mind-altering substance, chemical, whatever you want to call it. Everything. And they become a sober person and they start collecting chips and they start one day at it. Basically, if they all became 1 day at a timers, that would be the best possible scenario. It would be best for their kids. I don't think they want to have a messy, disgusting house if they're sober people, but I think if they're inebriated, they don't give a fuck. So if they get to the point where it's 1 day at a time, we've all got another 24 hours. I think all the other stuff will kind of help clear itself up. But this is a guy who's really struggling right now, and understandably so. But if If you're struggling, how about just a small amount of humility then? Stop pretending that you're owning the world. Stop pretending that you're going to change everybody's mind or that all these other people are crazy. Stop gaslighting the shit out of everybody. You would be a much more sympathetic figure if you came to people and just said, I'm hurting, I'm stressed, I'm struggling, I'm having this problem, that problem. Now, maybe you shouldn't do that. Maybe you should just turn off the cameras and be with your family. However you can, work towards reuniting your family. But this is an exercise in futility.
Dealing with everything we have to do with.
Look at Trump.
Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Oh my God.
Thank you, President Biden. President
He looks
Trump.
like me a couple streams ago.
He's right. He did beat Medicare.
See, poking fun at himself a little bit. I mean, I guess that's all right, but that is what led to your door being beaten down and them taking drugs out of your home and taking your kids away from you. I don't know if that's the best joke. Looks like me a few streams ago. Joe Biden actually could have used some coke last night. If he would have showed up with a little white powder on his nose, people would have been ready for a show.
Okay, he beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare.
But in inflation,
he wants to cut the
caused it
cops
by his tremendous.
He's not the only
amount.
one.
See, that's a little. And I know people are going to shit on him for that and be like, your kids are out of the house and you're making cops jokes. And what's he supposed to do, guys? Gallows humor is, I mean, is one of the ways you deal with shit like this. You got to imagine the world this guy lives in. Like, I'm still heartbroken from my divorce and everything else. And it's difficult. It's hard. Doing this show helps me immensely. Now, I don't have felony charges. I can say whatever the fuck I want. I can talk about whatever the fuck I want. He can't. So that's got to be doubly tough. But he's also fucked up his life flatter than hammered shit. And he's trying to dig out of that. And he's trying to figure out how, I'm guessing, not to be depressed and feel like shit all the time. And doing a stream helps him with that. And doing a little getting rid of the cops. Yeah, the cops arrested him. They took his kids away and they caught him for all this shit. Yeah. A little gallows humor about the cops. I mean, what's the guy supposed to do? He's not going to apologize to you. He's not even going to apologize to anyone he's actually hurt. That's what, step 8? He's not even on step 1. Admitting that we're powerless. He doesn't even have that down yet. So the gallows humor is going to be the best he can do to try and not feel like a bag of shit constantly.
That's the way handle the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent.
Oh, damn. Says, does Ty Beard have any advice for Trump so that he doesn't lose against Biden like Ty lost against Monica Rial and Jamie Markey, costing Vic hundreds of thousands of dollars?
Oh, see, that's the Vic Mignogna thing where Nick put him in touch with this Ty Beard, as I understand it. And Ty, I don't know, did Ty blow the case or did Ty just lose? I mean, win some, lose some, right? But he took a shot at this Ty guy. And I don't think this Ty is a media personality. And you can kind of tell because he kind of boomers out on the chat.
How much money did that asshat give you to make that comment?
$1.
Wow. $1's a dollar.
$1's a dollar. Yep. Just ask anyone else sucking dick behind an Arby's. Cindy Lou Hood says,
I don't like his non sequitur humor makes Seth MacFarlane look like the South Park guys. Like I don't. There's just so many jokes that you're like, do you have a Mad Libs like timer in your head? Say suck dick, say restaurant.
Metaphysical Enlightenment says, hey, Nick, how are your kids doing? Just kidding. There's no way you can even know because they're in CPS custody.
See, like, what the fuck? Now, is that person's fault for writing that, or is that Nick's fault for putting himself in a position where people can write that shit to him? And again, from Nick's perspective, what the fuck are you supposed to do? Your life sucks right now. It's dog shit. It's the worst it's ever been. And maybe streaming gives you a distraction for a few hours. But then you go to the chat and you're typing to people and you go into the chat and you're super chatting. I mean, I can tell you this, when I start talking about this particular subject for too long, there becomes a period of time where I go, oh, good, he's getting what the fuck he deserves, blah, blah, blah. But then it goes past that and you go, okay, now this isn't healthy for me. Now I'm going to kind of fuck myself up if I keep delving too far into this world. So what's the right answer? I'll let you know when I have the right answer, because he and I are sitting on two different ends of this. I'm dealing with loss, obviously, of something I don't have anymore, a future that I thought I had that I don't have anymore, and dealing with my role in that and how I'm responsible, and then what other people may have done. But I have my family and all these things, the friends and family members I've gained back from all this by being honest about what I've done. Those are good things, but I'm also struggling with the bad. He has not taken responsibility for anything, and he is trying to run away from really evil, terrible shit he's done. And I'll tell you this, you don't have running shoes fast enough for that kind of thing. That's always going to catch up with you, and the faster and harder you run, the worse it's going to be when they catch you.
Oh, that was precious. Thank you.
You know, how sad and pathetic is somebody's life that they spend money and time.
See, that's a boomer response.
To take a pot shot like that.
I don't know.
You know,
everybody, that's the way of entertainment. Like
to that person, I have one thing to say.
See, you look at Nick, it's just like it bothers him. I know when a chat bothers me, and I try to over-explain it, and I start jittering around a little bit. It bothered him, and it's fine. That's allowed to bother you. That was a shitty thing that they said. But for this Ty Beard guy to go, how sad and pathetic is that person's life? It's not. The person who wrote that doesn't necessarily have a sad and pathetic life. He's stating a fact. He's mad at Nick. It's not just trolls. A lot of these people online are upset with this guy because they think he did something really fucking evil and heinous, and he won't take responsibility for it. Those people, if you're going to be a public figure, those people are allowed to feel that way about you, and they're allowed to write those things. And it doesn't make them miserable. It doesn't make them sad. It doesn't make them this. Ty, why don't you address the 9-year-old testing positive for coke? Ty, why don't you address all the drugs that were in the house? Why don't you address the degeneracy that we all engaged in? And Ty, if you want to frame it as Aaron's the piece of shit, then go ahead and frame it as Aaron's the piece of shit. But to look at these people who are giving him money, by the way, and taking shots, legitimate shots at somebody because he hit start streaming and he put himself out there, that's not fair.
Everybody hates you.
No, everybody hates this guy.
Here when you die. Okay?
Wow.
You were utterly without friends and without anyone.
Jesus.
I mean, I would get angry at you, but I don't like to beat up retards.
Cue the nervous laughter. It's like, dude, the guy's not wrong. He has a right to that opinion. Don't go into the fucking chat. I would say don't stream. I mean, it's painful to read those things. That hurts Nick to read that shit. How couldn't it? You'd have to be an emotionless human being for that not to hurt you. First of all, if I lost my children, man, I'd be doing nothing but whatever. I know I'd sucking the government's dick. I'll suck the government's dick to get my children back. There are some things in this life that are more important than my high school libertarian half-baked principles, and that is reuniting my family and getting my kids back. So I wouldn't be doing this.
Golly.
Marshall Audis sent George Lopez says, here's some Coke Bucks, Nick, the soda. Glad to see you still kicking. Keep up the good fight, Nose Pope. Hey, thanks, brother. Buckmaster says, Nick, why do you claim that what Aaron says might not be true instead of addressing how you are a C4 CK Lord? Do you mean cuck lord?
Cuck lord.
Like Jack Murphy? Well, because what Aaron says might not be true. You get to decide that on your own, though, guys. You get to decide his credibility on your own without any help from me. Like I said, he gets to say whatever he wants to say. I hope he makes $1 million.
How is that bad? People sent that clip to me last night, and they're like, oh, Nick's talking shit. Nick's not talking shit. That's not Nick talking shit. Aaron gets to say whatever he wants. You guys get to decide if you believe him or what his credibility is. Now, my credibility looks pretty fucking great. My personality looks like an arrogant cunt who hosts a talk show. I get that. Not liking me personally, or, well, I mean, you don't know me personally, but this is as much as I give you, so it's fair for you to make that judgment. But credibility, fuck, everything that's come out so far has been shit that I've said happened. You can say that my character sucks and that I'm an asshole. My credibility on the shit I've said happened is beyond fucking reproach. I'm batting well over 1,000. I'm batting 1,000 with a slugging percentage way over 1,000. So my credibility is unassailable. Whether or not I'm a cunt is remarkably debatable. Fair enough. But you get to decide his credibility. That's not Nick. People are like, Nick's calling you a liar and he's shitting on you. If Nick wanted to call me a liar right there, he could have. Nick is saying he didn't do these things. Nick is fighting this shit. He can't say I'm telling the truth, or he might as well plead guilty right now. Nick is saying that he's not guilty. He's saying the government has to prove their case. So Nick can't come out and say Aaron's telling the truth. So what's Nick supposed to say? Now, again, personally, I would say nothing, because every time you say Aaron's lying, you're denying all the times that I've fucking said what happened and then the thing happened, dating back to before the arrest. I said, there's coke in the bathroom. I've done a little bit of it before, and they did a shitload of it, and they were doing it all the time. There's straws, there's all this, there's credit cards and blah, 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 and they found all of it. All of it. What do you think? I thought it up in a fever dream? What am I, a fucking clairvoyant? No, I was there. The messy condition of the house. I told you about that before any of that shit came out. I have said, I mean, everything I've said that can be checked so far has checked out. You can dislike me as a person. I know I can be unlikable. But people sending this to me and going, this is Nick shitting on you. That's not Nick shitting on me. Nick has to say what Nick has to say. He's fighting for his life right now. He's not going to take a plea deal. He's not going to fight to get his kids back. He's going to fight to keep his ass out of jail. He's going to fight to prevent himself from admitting guilt. Rather than he could prostrate himself in front of the court, he could go, I'm sorry, I've made mistakes. I'm going to work to be a better father, a better husband, and a better human being. And he could be on the path right now to having his kids on the way back home. But instead, he chose to defend himself before reuniting his family. That's his position. That's his journey. That's what he gets to do. But to people who think that he should not call me a liar, if he doesn't call me a liar, he doesn't have a case. He's fucked. And he's not ready to admit he's fucked yet, which is fine. I know what the truth is. I know what happened. I'm waiting patiently because, you know, I know that the anaconda is slowly tightening here. So I guess it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me that he says that because I completely understand where he's coming from. I understand why he says that. I think the only thing that riles me up is when other people go, Aaron, he's calling you a liar. And I'm like, guys. He has to. All right? This is part of the performance.
Buckmaster says,
and by the way, people have been deciding on my credibility. And it's almost unanimous. Mine versus yours, they choose me. Now, believe me, I was engaged in all this degeneracy, so they still think I'm a piece of shit. They're just saying that I'm a step down from the piece of shit you are. So they have made the decision on me versus you. The court of public opinion on me versus you is like, for a lot of people, what Trump is to Biden. They're like, look, I got to hold my nose and pick one of these gross motherfuckers. I'll pick Aaron because at least he left. But I still hate him and think he's a piece of shit.
Nick, nobody cares that you share your wife. You guys are adults. People are tired of you lying. Okay. Thanks. Johnny,
that's the closest thing to an admission we've gotten, at least. And that's the thing, like the wife sharing thing, there was heat in it. Like it was before me. Like that shit predates me. But that's not illegal. That's not against the law. It is just another well, I guess it bolsters my credibility though, so you got to be careful. We'll do a couple more. We'll do a couple more of these cuz like I said, this was really boring. And this is kind of like kicking someone. This is kicking someone when they're down. It feels a little gross.
Pastor says your wife went out of her way to lie and say your guys are only for each other. We love to laugh at your hypocrisy, not your crimes. Okay. Again, I have no idea what you're talking about here. But
Nick, don't read those. Don't read those. What are you doing? Why is this like a guilty conscience? Do you subconsciously feel the need to be punished? Is this your subconscious trying to tell the truth? and you're punishing yourself, Jesus Christ. Well, then you might as well unburden yourself and come out with it.
That's great. Let's see. Buckmaster says, Camelot told us you were having sex with hookers. Was April and your wife not enough? What made you be so degen? I think you may have misunderstood when Camelot was joking.
We all watched that. Camelot was not joking. I bet you Camelot got a text. I bet you Camelot got some DMs about that one. Like, what the fuck are you doing, buddy? But I don't think that was a joke. And by the way, that face, I think you missed when he was joking. And then that cringe face, I've done that before. You know when I've done that? When I'm lying. When people said, oh, April left you, she's not in the house. I'm like, I think you might be a little too obsessed with my life. That's when I was lying.
Maybe. The Chugi Show Live says April is texting Hawk to a girl for tips to keep things interesting now that the crack is gone.
See, that's just...
Buckmaster says, Nick, I don't believe anything against your family. As males, we are the love, but dumb arse. Wash your hands next time. I'll try. Nunya Business says, found out this evening that my ex-wife died. Thankfully, she wasn't worth a toast. Oh, damn. Ooh. Dave Inspiration says, my broke ass supporting Nick's Second Amendment rights. Hashtag free Hunter Biden.
You gotta, see, now I wouldn't. See, it's just saying shit that's just gonna fuck you over, man. Yeah, Hunter Biden. Hey, why did Hunter Biden get in trouble? Because he had drugs and guns. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, I'm done with it. We can be done. I mean, we could play the other 5 minutes, but it seems, I gotta be honest, it seems egregious. It seems a bit much. So we'll go to the chat and then we'll move on from the whole thing. If you want to hit like, hit sub, appreciate it. About 1,200 of you checking out the show. So I want 1,200 likes between Rumble and YouTube. Nicolino with $4.99 says they gaslit us for 4 years that Biden was competent and all mainstream media did a 180. It was planned. I agree. Hitler Diff becoming a member for 13 months says, did you give Nick a Dutch runner in Twin Baldos? Med Joe at $2.99 says, why should you get money for being unlikable? Did I just, who admits they're unlikable more than me? And then I still get shit on for it. You can't win. We are 195 away from knocking out today, though. Thank you guys very much for that. Let's go into the Rumble chat and see what they're thinking. You let another man bang your wife. Nobody has respect for your choices, Aaron. Until you shit on Kayla, you are just as bad as Nick. I mean, I disagree. I think there was a lot of degenerate shit that happened, but I certainly, by the choices I made, I think there were steps of degeneracy that I stopped at that others didn't, I would say. Satan's Mechanic says, it's nice to meet someone more retarded than me. Practice, Aaron. Thank you. Los Tejas Synthesizer says he doesn't have to address you, Aaron. He can deal with the case first. After that's done, he can play with you again. Well, that's kind of my point. That's what I'm saying. Like, and as far as you know me, I like a good podcast/radio war as much as the next guy. SC Motorsports says, I'm new here. What's the story behind Proverbs? It's just a funny little book that Kayla bought that we were talking about yesterday on the show, so we put it up there for fun. We're just having a good time. We're not trying to shit on anybody. Wow, Grandma's Boy podcast. Oh, my God. Oh, I'm sorry, Wild Saffron first. Aaron still loves Kayla. Foolish idiot romanticizing her blowjob. Grandma's Boy podcast. Aaron, Nick fucked your wife. He's a Chad. You're a fag. I mean, that is true. Not that I'm a fan. I mean, we did have sex with each other's spouses. You definitely have to face the judgment of that. Atomic Ray says, hey, Nick, I wish you a million days in hell. Oh, my goodness. That is remarkably mean-spirited. To Be Strange says, can't get his kids back if he's in prison. Aaron is going out of his way to fuck him out of spite, with zero regard for the kids, no matter how much he says he cares. Do you understand how vulnerable that man just left himself? And I could have just dug that knife a little deeper, but instead I chose to be honest. How dare you? Grandma's Boy Podcast says, I'm ready to be your second worst enemy, only behind the inside handle of that closet you've been hiding in. You're a cuck, pussy. I don't think Grandma's Boy Podcast liked the fact that I hung up on him during his plugs yesterday. It does not seem like that was a very appreciated move on Mr. Grandma's Boy's podcast in his mind. Jay Brock Contrarian says to Grandma's Boy Podcast, wow, bold choice to donate your monthly budget to this show. That's not. See, now why do we have to be mean to others to build ourselves up? By the way, go listen to Grandma's Boys Podcast on Rumble. I mean, really, please do. Go check it out. You're going to, guys, you're going to love it. I promise. Grandma's Boys Podcast on Rumble. We had him on yesterday. He was, boy, was he something else. All right, guys, we got, 180 something left to go before we knock out today's goal. We got about an hour and 20 minutes to do it. We're looking pretty good here. Keep throwing in Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble, Super Chats, however you decide to do it. 195, that's the number. There we go. 195 is our number for today. Just kidding, it's 190. Carlos Cameo with $5 says Nicky Raggets is biblically unfunny. He makes Melton look like prime 70s Carlin. Oh, did you hear that, Melty? Got yourself a compliment, buddy. Grandma's Boys Podcast says, check your Twitter. I'll keep posting the pic I found. Oh, boy. Give Nick this. He's funnier than Grandma's Boys Podcast. He's at least he's just a little bit funnier than that. I don't have anything from Grandma's Boys Podcast. I don't see anything. All right, let's move on to some other stuff. Lots of things still to go today. We've got do you think we can get Geno on the show? Do you think we can get Geno to at least give us a little call in to talk about the compound stuff today? It's possible. Pushing 12 hundo, hit like, hit subscribe. Jay Warren with $5 says, cool shirt, Aaron. Dude, my shirt has been getting fucking annihilated today. This is not good. I have been getting beaten to death over this shirt. And you know what the worst part is? It wasn't a gift. Nobody gave it to me. I bought it thinking it was a cool find. I'm like, this shirt's okay. I put it on for the show today, and I just started getting shit on. I've been called Potsy, Ralph Mouth, Richie Cunningham, basically the entire cast of Happy Days, outside of the Fonz. It's not. It hasn't been good. This has been my experience today.
Sunday, Monday, happy days. Tuesday, Wednesday, happy days. Thursday, Friday, happy days. The weekend comes, my cycle hums, ready to race to you. These days are happy days. These days are
Hey, sit on it, Potsy. All right, let's go to the phones. Hello there, sir. Go ahead.
Is Geno late again?
No, Geno went out to mourn the end of the Compound Media Studio last night, and he overdid. He lost his voice.
I was going to blame it on his Moorish ancestry why he was late, but that makes sense too that he didn't show.
Yeah.
Definitely got a whole heaping help of more in him.
Yeah, all that Moorish.
Talk about the,
Go ahead.
I wanted to talk about the debate. So I am firmly in the camp of you don't need a Baldo to please a woman. But you and Nick obviously want to die on that hill. So just so you know, we're polar opposites.
I've never seen a ball. I never saw a Baldo.
But you felt one.
I never felt a ball. I've never felt a ball. I never had men's genitals in my anus.
That you knew about because you're so stretched. I can go on for days. I'm not going to keep doing this because it's just like, I don't know. It's like debating Biden.
Yeah.
It's too easy. Let me just say this is legit about the fucking debate. Trump won, but it was kind of like the Chiefs beating a high school team. It's really not something to brag about.
Yeah.
Trump didn't exactly cover himself in glory. He could have fucking dunked on Biden way harder, and he could have answered questions instead of like sounding like a retarded robot. That's my take.
Yeah, thank you very
Go
much.
out.
All right. There were a lot of times where, Trump got asked a question and he just started answering something he wasn't asked, like the climate change thing. And that's kind of a tell that Trump has. When he feels that he's not strong on an issue, just pivot to something you're strong on. Like, I think they asked him about climate change and he started talking about illegal aliens. And I'm like, oh, okay, I see what he's doing. He's pivoting to the strong suit because he's like, ugh, the environment. And then his answer ended up being like, I like clean water. That's good. We'll have some clean water, I guess. Which, I mean, who doesn't like clean water? Yum. Jay Warren says, I like the shirt. I'd wear it. It's very 50s style. Nobody likes my fucking shirt. Magnum DUI says, Aaron's taste in women and clothes is exceptional. Thank you. Sam Show says, I thought we were past this. Why? Sam Show doesn't want any more shirt talk. They are done with shirt talk. Gino is kissing his ashtray. Keanu, how dare you? Both of them very nice people. All right, guys. 185 away from knocking it out today. Thank you very much for your generosity. The Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo links are in the chat, as well as the YouTube Super Chats, the Rumble Rants, everything else. Thank you. CNN yesterday did something weird before the debate. They implemented a 1 to 2 minute delay instead of the standard 7 seconds. And I don't know why that was. Now, I watched on YouTube. I don't know if they had the same thing on YouTube, but they did a 1 to 2 minute delay. And they also, like, something about the press. They banned the White House press pool from coming to the debate. So, like, this whole idea, again, it kind of lends credibility to the idea that you guys knew this guy was a disaster before this debate, and you were kind of, you were hurricane-proofing the House before the storm came in. So all these people on MSNBC and CNN who went on there and like, oh my goodness, I can't believe what a disaster it was. I was like, really? You didn't know how bad of a disaster this was going to be, yet you said no crowds, 1 to 2 minute delays, and no press pool, and mute buttons for the microphones. You didn't think this was going to be a disaster, yet everything you did was preparing for a Joe Biden disaster. I'm sorry, but you can't get the spitball past the batter on that one. The White House Correspondents Association says it's deeply concerned that CNN has rejected our repeated requests to include the White House travel pool inside the studio. So they wouldn't even let the press inside the studio they were filming the debate at. Wow. Here's a clip from, I think, Kayla McEnany on this particular topic.
They're the same debate strategy. Victor, there was some new reporting out about 2.5 hours ago. I want to pull it up from the New York Times. This is Katie Rogers. She got an overview of what Biden is doing sequestered at Camp David. It's pretty interesting. At Camp David, a movie theater and an airplane hangar have been outfitted with lights and production equipment to create a mock debate stage.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, is there? I mean, they were holding him up at Camp David so he wasn't distracted because, as you saw at the debate, this motherfucker needs every advantage he can get to be ready for something like this, and he'll still look like shit. But, I mean, I don't really see what... Maybe there's something coming here that's going to be bad.
At least 16 and current former aides summoned from Washington and Wilmington whizzed back and forth on golf carts to join President Biden in strategy sessions.
Okay, guys, again, this is what I hate about the media, and add Fox to this. You knew this about him going in. Stop it. Stop trying to gaslight the shit out of people. Stop pretending you didn't know that this guy was noodle-brained before this debate. We've all been talking about it for 4 years, since he fell up a flight of stairs or fell off a bicycle. We've all been talking about what a moron he is.
Victor, this seems like a movie set.
God, she's cute.
Is he preparing all these people around him on a movie set? Is that going to work? Or is Trump's strategy of being in and amidst the people the better one?
Well, it's the same idea. They're replicating what they think worked. We saw in the first debate and the second debate in 2020, Joe Biden was sequestered again. He was not really out anywhere. He rested. He changed his time clock.
Yeah, I mean, during the last campaign, they just, remember they had Biden in a bunker in like a basement and they didn't let him out? And, you know, the reason it's not going to work this time is because you could argue you had to because of COVID back then. You know, you could say, well, you know, with COVID, you can never be too careful. We don't want to have big events and cause a super spreader event. Well, that's not an excuse anymore. So it looks weird that he's sequestering himself. But I understand why they're doing it. You can't send this motherfucker out in public. You got to sit there and strap him together, you know, piece him together with duct tape and stimulants and the right medications and everything just to get him to stand upright during these debates. And he still sounds like a wheezing ghost.
There were rumors that he got maybe some stimulatory help. And then he came out and he kind of growled and he yelled. And he did the same thing in the State of the Union. He did it in the infamous Phantom of the Opera, ultra MAGA, semi-fascist. So I think Donald Trump should expect.
And
that's the end of the clip. Yeah, I mean, this utter surprise.
Same debate strategy.
This utter surprise that the media is having that this guy fell the fuck apart in public. Where's the shock? Where's the shock? I want to go to this one on the show text line. This is multiple paragraphs about my shirt. My shirt has been the star of the show today. Aaron, the shirt is great. Good color on you. Nice shape. It probably looks great in person. It just doesn't translate at all on camera. It's too much contrast against itself and against the background and the pattern. Looks like it moves and changes when you do. It's too distracting. Keep the shirt. Don't wear it on camera. Solid colors, small patterns, or one large image are okay. Not white. It clashes too much with your current background tan color. But the shirt is nice. Keep it. Have a great weekend. Thank you. I like a good, thorough analysis on my wardrobe. Grandma's Boy Podcast with $1 says, say my name, Aaron, one more time, please. You got it, Grandma's Boys Podcast. I like that guy. There's something about someone who shit talks you, but they're not funny, that makes them kind of fun to play with. I'll be honest. 185 away from knocking out today's goal, and we've got about an hour to do it. You guys have been doing great with that. Thank you. Let's keep pushing and make sure we get it all the way down. That would make for 15 in a row to end the week. A woman says that United kicked her off of a flight after using the wrong pronouns for a flight attendant. Before we get to that, what do you say we call Geno real quick and see if he's up, and then see if we can talk to Geno about Compound and last night. Let's see if we can get a hold of him. The pockets on Aaron's shirt really highlight his titties. You fucking asshole, Las Tejas. Paging Geno Bisconti. It's almost 10 o'clock in New York. Let's wake it up, buddy. Ronery. I'm so Ronery. Oh, wait. Keanu doesn't leave until tomorrow, so he's not Ronery yet.
Your call has been...
Man, shit. Geno never answers. I don't think we're friends anymore. Does this mean we're not friends anymore? Because, you know, Geno, if I didn't think you were my friend, I just don't think I could bear it. All right, we got more text line shit coming in. Aaron, love the shirt. It looks like you stole it off Howdy Doody. It would be better if you were on fire, if it were on fire with you in it. Fans of this show love me. They love me. We got a stutter. Oh, God, My Lost Interest. Yes, please. My Lost Interest has a Stuttering John Chad Zumach video. No fucking way. Where did it go? You're lying. My Lost Interest. There we go. Videos. No, I don't. What? See, it doesn't exist. Oh, John. Oh, it's from 4 days ago. Why? YouTube's been doing that to me a lot lately. It's been showing me, it's been recommending videos. Stuttering John calls Chad Zumach to unite against a common enemy. I mean, we could check it out. God, John's a psychopath. Is that shirt from the George Costanza collection? Somebody writes. Maybe Slam Peace was right about this being out of style. Perhaps it's something I need to consider. All right, guys, everybody throw in $5 or $6. I'll take a look at this. I like My Lost Interest, so when there's a request from My Lost Interest, I always check it out. But I'll make this rule. If this is about Kate Meany, I'm shutting it off.
Send Chad the link or just call him. He's one of the few dudes who've had your back lately about Kate Meany.
Oh, done. All right. Well, that was fun. For those of you who don't like Stuttering John stuff, you're good. You don't have to watch it today. We're finished. That Kate Meany stuff, man. God, is it just exhausting. Just so stupid. Breaking news, famous comedian Amy Schumer says she will move to London if Trump is elected president. Boy, I tell you, I don't know what we're going to do without her. America will not be as unfunny as it is now if Amy Schumer moves to London. Why do people do that? Because A, they're not. B, they look like whiny children. And C, they're doing it because they're so egotistical, they think people will miss them. And it's like, no, fucking go to London then. Like, why wait till the election? Just go now. Just get a head start. Moving's a bitch, right? And I'm assuming that moving across an ocean is even tougher. Just fucking skedaddle. Amy Schumer's moving to London if Trump is elected president. You understand, like, you lived through the first one. You're probably going to live through the second one. You'll be okay. Oh, boy. And Amy Schumer, like, has Amy Schumer done anything in the last few years? Yeah, Silverwolf says in the Rumble chat, and that's bad? Everybody does that, though. Like, during the election, there's always 15 or 20 celebrities who are like, I'm moving to this country, or I'm moving to Canada, or I'm not. No, you're not. You're fucking not leaving here. You're throwing a temper tantrum because you think your guy might lose. And not only that, but when you don't move, we just get to make fun of you more. King of All Yetis says, wonder if Aaron molested Buddy Lee when he took his shirt from him. Fauci's Pangolin says, analysis shirt, tablecloths make you look slimmer, Aaron. Keep the shirt, but only button it at the top and make gang signs. Odale! La viva la raza! I just cut Conan promos for the rest of the time. Here's another text. Did you abuse Buddy Lee when you took his shirt? 60-year-old Aaron's going to wear that shirt to go gambling at the Bellagio next weekend. Don't say that. I would love to go to the Bellagio next weekend. I would not mind that at all. A nice Bellagio trip. Yeah, my vacations got fucking half priced now because there's just one of me, and her and I going to Vegas together. Fuck, could we run up a tab? Jesus Christ. Last time especially. Oh my God. Going to all the nice and don't get me wrong, I love the restaurants in Las Vegas. It's not like April was this, this succubus who made Aaron go to nice places. No, we kind of fed each other. April and I fed all of each other's instincts. And you might think, well, then you should have been perfect partners. No. You don't understand. We fed all the good ones and we fed all the bad ones. In our relationship, there was no one there to say, not a good idea. And by the time someone did say not a good idea, in this case, it was me, it was too late. And the other person was like, fuck you. You can't, we're having fun. You can't fucking stop it. What are you going to do? I mean, the life we were living was more important to her than a life with the stepchildren and everything else. It was more fun. And like, People have said this before. Her not having kids was a big factor in how we grew apart. Like, she didn't have her children of her own. I wanted to, but what do you do? Her not having children of her own, it caused a serious rift because I was like, I can't keep this up with 3 kids. And she was like, well, fuck it, I'm having fun. I want to stay. I was like, all right, well then, decision made, Thank you very much to Birdman with $5, says, put this into your new shirt fund. Thank you. I will be sure to do that. $20 coming in from Rocky. Rocky with $20. Thank you, buddy. 165 is the number for today. Oh, boy. You guys are getting close. We're at 9 o'clock. We're 165 away from making it 15 wins in a row. Thank you, guys, very, very much. The Grand Poobah says, that looks like the perfect shirt to wear to brunch after Sunday church service. Smerry says, you two weren't complimentary to each other, that it could last more than a few years. Oops. No, I don't think you understood what I said. We were complimentary to the best parts of ourselves and complimentary to the absolute worst parts of ourselves. That is a recipe for crash and burn. Recipe for it. All right, boys and girls, let's go ahead and get to this video. This woman says United kicked her off a flight after using the wrong pronouns for a flight attendant. And we have her interaction with airline staff on recording. It's kind of getting to that point, and I guess it kind of shows like a loss in the culture war or whatever. What usually happens when tyrants win a culture war argument is like they browbeat you and berate you over something that you don't really give a shit about, to the point where you just get nagged to death and you just go, all right, fine, fuck it, I don't care. Like they do this weird thing where they pressure you, and you go, no, God damn it, no, stop it. And they go, God, why do you care so much? It's not a big deal. Why do you care so much? It's like, I wouldn't know about this if you hadn't thrown it in my fucking face. Don't tell me I'm the one who cares too much. I'm reacting to you. To use this term again, cultural gaslighting, but like, you sit there and you wave your dicks in our faces and these are my pronouns and blah, blah. I don't need to know what your pronouns are. I don't care. You and I don't talk. But you got to go, do this, do that, do this, do that. And we're like, hey, stop fucking telling me what to do. And then when we go, stop fucking telling me what to do, you guys go, why do you care so much? Why does it matter so much to you? And then eventually you go to yourself and you go, God, it really fucking doesn't matter that much. Fine. I don't care. I'll say they, them. I'll put the pronouns in my emails. It's fucking retarded, but whatever. Like, that's how we've gotten down this road that we're on now. It started with, I guess those of us who were in high school and middle school when gay marriage became legal, I remember we would make fun of all the Christian conservatives who were like, it's going to lead to this, it's going to lead to that. And we were like, you lame-ass Republicans, you guys are dumb. And now it is leading to all kinds of weird shit. And now you're looking back and you're like, marriage was doing great for thousands of years, or at least hundreds of years. Marriage was doing fine. I don't think we really needed to fuck with it. Like, if you want to be a gay couple and you want to get them the same insurance, we can do that. You want to visit each other in the hospital, we can do that. But like, marriage, nah. What we should have done with marriage was go, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And gay people tried to make this argument that it was an equal protection violation. It wasn't an equal protection violation. Equal protection means that you're allotted the same rights as the person next door to you. And when it came to marriage, we all were afforded the same rights. Every man had the right to marry any woman they wanted. Any woman had the right to marry any man she wanted. Nobody was excluded from that. Oh, but I'm gay. I don't like women. Well, then like marriage just isn't part of that then. Because the only way we do marriage in this country is guy-girl. So if you're guy-guy, then marriage just doesn't pertain to you. Everybody has the same rights as everybody else. Nobody lost their rights. A straight couple did not have the right to marry a man. A gay couple didn't have the right to marry a man. A straight couple and a gay couple, a straight man and a gay man were both allowed the same right to marry a woman. There was no equal protection violation there. But we got browbeaten, we got wife nagged basically, and then like the henpecked husband, we went, all right, fine, fuck, will you shut up about it? I feel like the same thing happened with weed. There were good arguments against the legalization of weed, but those people just got browbeaten by stoners so hard that they went, all right, fine, fuck it. Jesus, will you shut up about it? That's kind of how a lot of social change happens in America now. And it's not always the best. This pronoun thing is the latest one. This woman was like, I'm not going to call this guy by his pronouns. She should have a right to do that. If there's a guy dressed as a girl or vice versa, and she doesn't want to call it the other gender, they should have that right. Is it nice? Could it hurt that person's feelings? Yes, it could hurt that person's feelings. But she should have the right to hurt that person's feelings. Having your feelings hurt should not be something that's punishable by being kicked off a plane. So, this idea that, like, you know, the people who fight against saying pronouns or the people who fought against gay marriage back in, 25 years ago, the fact that they're the people who are worried about it, or the fact that they're the people who think about it all the time. No, they're the ones who are just reacting to what they've had thrown at them. Let's take a look at this video. Now I'm worried this woman's a total cunt and I'm going to hate her. And now I've totally backed the wrong horse.
Okay, so we were denied boarding. Myself, my 16-month-old son, my mother. They took our luggage on the plane, which has my thyroid medication, which I'll be very sick without, my mother's medication. They basically said tough luck. And they won't tell me exactly what I said, but what happened, and I will tell you what happened right now. I was speaking to one of the flight attendants and got their pronouns wrong. The other flight attendant didn't like it. I said, I'm really sorry. I'm not very versed with pronouns. I was holding my son. He was having a temper tantrum.
That's just it. Like, for a baby, first of all, I hate that she brought her 16-month-old on a plane. That annoys the fuck out of me. If your kid can't behave on a plane, and it's very hard for a child to do so, not blaming the kid. Don't bring your fucking kid on a plane, please. I don't want to fly with your child. And she was on United, right? So she wasn't even on like Dumpy Spirit or anything. Take your crying kids to Spirit. Don't take them to where we are. What does he mean by we? Shut up. But like, for you to see a baby having a tantrum and you think in that moment the most important thing is your pronouns being respected, you're a twat. So if this woman is telling the truth, and we all have our own, there's three sides to every story, her side, their side, and the truth. But if she's telling, if she's basically got the facts of it down, then that's a real shitty move by United. Let's go to the phones real quick, and then we'll finish this up. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, I have a little bit of a problem with you.
Join the club.
On one hand, yeah. So you've tried all three sides of this argument at once. It's really fucking weird, and I don't get it.
Okay.
You've said, hey, blah, 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 gay marriage, look what happened, blah, blah, blah. You've also said, basically, we should have fought back on the gay marriage thing because look what happened. And then you go, so that's one. Number two, you go, I'm just going to give up and fuck it. I'm tired of it. I'll just call you they, them. I'll put my pronouns in my email and I'll do that. So which is it? Are you going to fight and you should have fought? Or is it I'm going to, just go along to get along like I did on the gay marriage thing?
I'm sorry. No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't saying that was my position. I was saying that's what we did. I was saying I was saying we as in like society in general. What I'm saying is people just got browbeaten enough to where they went, fine, fuck it, go ahead. I didn't say that that was the right way.
Happen.
No, it shouldn't, but it did. I'm saying that's what we're doing.
And now you're saying all this other bullshit about, well, maybe we should. I can't remember what you said on number three.
No, I get it.
Something in the middle.
No, I understand. No, I wasn't saying my position is that we should have done that. I'm saying that's where we ended up.
Yeah, we got to keep fighting, though. Otherwise, these people win, and 5 years from now, you're going to be sitting here going, "Oh, fucking hey, how'd we get it? Everybody's a they." And,
well, I'm not going to be surprised. Anyway. I think I know what the next one is. I think I know what the next big one is after like trans and all that. It's going to be PDF file shit. It's going to be using like minor.
Oh, I thought it was going to be animals.
Well, who knows? But I think it's going to be the minor attracted persons thing and like I'm attracted to children, but I'm not a molester. It's going to be all that shit that they've been trying to sneak past for like 15 years. And we're going to get inundated with that. And then we're going to start using minor attracted persons. And we're going to convince ourselves that it doesn't matter what you call it, even though it does. I think that one's next.
Well, what I think is Delta's better and fuck United.
Dude, Delta's the best.
So
is there any better airline in the world than Delta?
Probably, but not in America.
Okay. Maybe Ryanair.
That's not in America.
Maybe Lufthansa. Maybe
Not good with America, are you, buddy?
That was the joke.
Singapore Air is better worldwide.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's because of all those, tight-ass 19-year-old flight attendants they have.
And Cathay Pacific.
Ooh.
But yes, you're right.
All right. Talk to you later, buddy. Thanks for the
later.
call. Yeah, no, thank you for calling because, no, I wasn't saying that that's my position. I was kind of saying that's where we ended up. Like, we just get nagged into conforming.
I had the car seat on my back. I wasn't really focusing on anything except getting my son's car seat on the flight and getting him comfortable and safe and him, because now it's his nap time. You can see he's kind of falling asleep.
I'll tell you this. I would. Although, do we have to draw on the eyebrows? I'm really over the drawn on eyebrows thing. I was a man built for a different time. I was a man built for, where they were still shaving their pussies. That you need that. You don't want to go too far back. But no painted on eyebrows. None of that shit. So, like, what do I want? Late 90s? Is that what I'm looking for? No, because I don't think they were totally shaven. There was a lot of landing strips and shit in the late 90s. I wasn't fucking in the late 90s. I was too young. I was 12 or 13. My uncle didn't say I was too young, but like I kind of always thought I was. Probably when I was coming up. Okay, so early 2000s. Early to mid 2000s would probably be the best time for pussy. The best time for women, I think. Because now they've overdone it. Now we've gone too far. We're into like Rocky Horror Picture Show now with our shit. So I think maybe 03 to 07 was probably the golden age of pussy. Fair? We'll go 03 to 07. We you know what? We can argue about it after this video together in the chat.
They're saying that it's a hate crime that I did, that I might not even be able to ever fly United. We don't even know how we're going to get back today. I don't know.
She should have looked at the flight attendant and said, "It's not like I threatened to bomb the plane." That would have fixed it.
To do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what my rights are here.
You really don't have any, unfortunately. Like, the airline can kick you off because they don't like your face. They'll just give you a bullshit reason. You really don't have anything to say. Like, if you misjet. Like, what airline is going to say to the suburban mom, like, we're going to take your side, when the other side is, I am trans and they misgendered me, and that kind of thing can lead to people K-ing themselves. And you're like, oh, shit. Like, they're not going to side with you on that one. Scarface with $4.99. Thank you very much, buddy. He says, with that shirt, you are only a bowl cut or frosted tips away from an elementary school picture day. I don't know if Slam Piece is listening right now, but is this shirt that bad? I would like her to text me and let me know if this shirt is that terrible. Because I can trust her. I can't trust you guys. You're out to hurt me. Thank you very much for the $4.99. The number right now is 160. We got 45 minutes left in today's show. We're 160 away. Let's just start dropping into the old PayPal, Streamlabs, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, Rumble Rants, Super Chats, what have you. Still well over 1,000 people, right around 1,100 at the moment. Hit like, hit subscribe. We stayed on YouTube today. We did both YouTube and Rumble. Shitload of people on Rumble. Less people on YouTube, but more than we used to have back in the day. So that's pretty cool, especially when it's a day we're not typically on. So thank you guys for the incredible support and for the entire morning having over 1,000 people watching Steel Toe. That's not that's something we're still getting used to on this show. That's new in the last month. I thank you guys so much for it. Thanks for sticking around, Satan's Mechanic says, hurry up, I gotta go cut grass. Well, we've got 45 minutes, and then if we knock out the 160, we've got another half hour after that. So there is a time limit on this shit, my man. We were going to talk about this yesterday with Keanu. Do you know about smiling robot faces? This, by the way, this is something we need to burn and we need to fight against. Like, we're really ready to just sacrifice our country to robots. Like, the movie iRobot is racing the movie Idiocracy to see which one wins first as a documentary. Because with AI and all that shit, we're ready to just hand it over. Fauci's Pangolin says, Aaron, 03 to 07 was the worst time for ass. Your uncle said you'd talk too much. Not very nice. Good morning, Blitz League. He says, if a naked woman sat on a burned plank of wood, it would make a charred cooterie board. I thought I was going to hate that more than I did. Vadam says, Aaron, when are you going to do a new Compound Media show? Oh, probably never again, I would gather. Bigot on Socialist Media says, need some Eric Church before the show finishes. Ooh. $2 from Chevy Fan says, Aaron, are you a racing fan? Lizzie Musey passed away today, 33 years old. She was a freaking smoke show. Uh-oh. If they passed away at 33, that usually means... something not good happened. Is this Lizzie Musey? I mean, she's cute. I'm not going to go smoke show, but she's not a bad-looking woman at all. Ah, why that? Yeah, she's adorable. She's fucking cute, man. Yes. I'm sorry that she passed away. I mean, if she was big and fat, I wasn't going to say that I'm not sad she passed away. Still tragic, but... I'll give it a little more oomph since she's a cutie. Here's another one. Oh, another show text about my shirt. Aaron's going to wear that shirt in Atlantic City next weekend, otherwise known as Vegas that hasn't showered. Yeah, I really see no reason to go to Atlantic City ever in my life. I don't understand people that go to Atlantic City. Why wouldn't you just go to Las Vegas? But to each their own, I suppose. Adam Simon gifting a membership. Thank you very much, buddy. And there we go, 155 away from this morning's goal. You guys are inching ever closer to our 15th consecutive victory and keeping the streak alive. Let's go ahead and everybody throw in. We'll finish that thing off. We'll give you 30 extra minutes today, and then we'll send you into your weekend happy. Someone said finish the airplane story. That was it. There was no happy ending for that one. That woman got kicked off of a plane. She misgendered some guy, and they did not take too kindly to that. They did not like that woman misgendered a flight attendant. First of all, dudes shouldn't be flight attendants. I think only biological females should be allowed to be flight attendants. The rest is just, again, it's just not necessary. Dude flight attendants, maybe I'm old school, but that still looks weird to me. Where is hold on a minute. We've got a little more with her. We got a little bit of an update on this story. On board, she asked another male flight attendant for assistance, telling him that he, referring to the first flight attendant, had kept her mother, who had been helping with her son, at the gate. He said he, and I said yeah, and then said she's wearing a dress. From down the jetway, you hear the distant, I'm sorry, that's not for. United told the Post in a statement that Longoria and her family were prohibited from boarding following a discussion about having too many carry-on items, which Longoria blasted as an absolute lie. Okay. So United says she had too much carry-on. But then wouldn't they just take some of her carry-on and go check it? I don't know. Seems a little iffy. Do you get kicked off a plane for too much carry-on? The mother documented the ordeal on her Instagram, where she posted a video of her speaking with a United official, whom she identified as Gabriella, who came to speak with them about the situation. When Longoria pushed for further clarification, The United official explained she was being denied for, quote, what came out of your mouth? Well, you're supposed to swallow it. I don't want to put words in their mouths because I still need statements. But some transgender comments were made. Derogatory comments about being a bigot not being on the aircraft. This is what I heard, the United officials said. Uh-oh, that's not good. Don't you guys want to get your story straight before you go talk to the lady? Thank you, Lady Godiva, for the gifted membership. I appreciate that. But don't you want to go talk to each other and figure out what your story is going to be before you go speak to her? Because now out of one side of your mouth, she's heard, well, it was all about having too many carry-on items. Now another person went and talked to her like an asshole and said it was about some trans shit. Well, which one is it? Let's go ahead and look. We got another video here from Jenna Longoria.
Stop me, refund your tickets, and let you go to another carrier. Okay. Based on, I got a fact find. I can't make any determinations. Yeah. I've got a fact find. I've got to get my crews together. In-flight has to get their statements.
What is it they said that I said? I'm just curious what
again,
they said.
I need statements. I don't want to go verbal about what I thought I heard or what I said heard, but the captain denied you.
Okay.
And when the captain denies you, it's end of the story.
So
I mean, that's true. Nothing you can do about that if the captain says you're out. But this woman's being very careful, and I understand why. It's not her fault. She wasn't there. She's just got to get everybody. She's basically the babysitter of this whole fucking situation because somebody has a goddamn beard and a dress on, and we're not allowed to be confused. That is wild, dude. You know how you look. Like, even tomboys back in the day, if you said he, they didn't fucking blow a gasket and get you kicked off of airplanes. Jesus Christ.
Okay, so
They
my
showed you their tits and you went, understood?
16-month-old son, myself, my mother are being denied for I believe I got the wrong pronoun. I didn't know they or he or she.
There was some more that I heard that you had a conversation with in-flight.
And my son's medicine is on the plane right now, but he needs his medicine if we're going to stay here the night in San Francisco.
The aircraft has dispatched your bags with the intention that you were supposed to fly.
Yes.
And because of the verbal confrontation that you just had.
That's fucked up. So she said he and said some trans shit. So now all her stuff is flying across the country and she's got to stay in San Francisco. Oh, I wouldn't be able to sleep. That would be a horrible feeling. Not knowing where my shit is. Your kid doesn't have medicine. I feel like the airlines don't think about this shit before they pull the trigger. But well, then again, you got to think the airlines are probably scared shitless of some kind of lawsuit. Everybody, all these different groups have them by the balls. What are you supposed to do? There's no, honestly, for United, there's no win there. There's no win for United. Like, if they don't take the flight attendant's spot or the flight attendant side, then the flight attendant makes a TikTok video about how transphobic United is and everyone should stop flying United. And plus, like, a single soccer mom is, like, not the hardest person to root against. So if she goes out there and she goes, my painted on eyebrows and I are upset. There might be a lot of people who go, oh, fuck you, shut up, you needy bitch. Like, United had to pick the side that would cause them least problems, I suppose. Sam Show says that lady went from I don't know anything to I heard this and that. She knows more than she's letting on, but she can't tip her hand too much to that lady. Just like I think the woman who got kicked off the plane said a lot more than she's saying she said. I think she probably got heated and probably said some things that a trans person might not want to hear. So I think that knife cuts both ways. Fauci's Pangolin gifting a member. Look at all these gifted memberships coming in. Thank you, guys. We're in even 150 away from today's goal. So we are officially inside of striking distance. If you'd like to go to PayPal or Streamlabs or Venmo and throw some in there, we're at 150 now, and we are counting down. We're in the home stretch to knocking out today's goal with a little over a half hour left in the program. All right, another show line text. You look like a life-sized ventriloquist puppet in that shirt. That's it. I'm texting Slam Piece. Does my shirt look bad? There you go, guys. You have officially made me text someone out of insecurity. Are you quite happy? Do you want to see something frightening as fuck? And not just what my eyebrows did. Smiling robot faces from living human skin cells. We are just bound and determined to replace ourselves. Like, we're just ready to just fuck off and let robots take over, and the robots will look exactly like us and like have a weird human skin over the top of us. Like, it's just going to be an army of Smith, Johns, and we're going to create our own replacements. Let's go ahead and watch this. It's fucking terrifying. This smiling face is made from living human skin cells placed on top of a 3D printed resin base. Yeah. The skin is attached by ligament-inspired anchors, which give incredible strength and flexibility. Why are we doing this? The team put the skin on a robotic face using moving rods to make it smile. Again, nobody asked. This was not something anybody had on their Christmas list. This is not something that anyone thought would be somehow advantageous to the human race. I mean, what are we supposed to do? We can grow skin on robot faces and then keep it for like skin grafts and shit. Just take the skin from my ass, please. Let's just keep doing it that way. Oh boy. Oh God, I thought that text was Slam Piece passing judgment on my shirt. Don't have it yet. Stop showing me the creepy smiling thing. Lifelike robots with realistic expressions could help robots communicate with people better. Yay! So they can smile when they go, "We're keeping you in the house for your own good." That is dreadfully frightening. That's awful. Like, no, why are we putting happy music behind that? And why are we acting like this is really, really good? This is a terrible idea. This should not be done. Fauci's Pangolin with $5 says now you can buy 2 shirts at Goodwill. Oh, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. 145 away from tonight. Away from today's goal. Thank you very much. $1 from Los Federales says pretty sad world we live in. Equality and diversity for me, but not for you. These people are overly protected and entitled. Not my fucking job to validate your mental illness. Let's go to the text line again. Oh, boy. This one says, brother, this is Hulk Hogan. Change that shirt and we can meet in Florida, brother. The fucking Hulkster. Even the Hulkster doesn't like my shirt. It's one of the worst days of my life, to be quite honest with you. 145 is the number. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, etc., etc., etc. Let's go ahead as we head into the home stretch of today's show. Let's get into some more items. Bronny James went to the Lakers last night in the NBA draft, and he is going to play basketball with his daddy. Yay. Bronny James, who, by the way, is not good enough to be a professional basketball player. He is not qualified, but if the Lakers want to keep LeBron James and keep LeBron James happy, they have to waste a second-round pick. Now, second-round picks don't always make the team anyway. So you can have your second-round pick, and you can just go, all right, here, go play with your dad. And then Bronny can check in and play with Pops. It's kind of sad because he's like a sawed-off version of his dad. Like, he didn't get that LeBron 6'8" height. He's quite a bit smaller. He also isn't built like his dad. He's a little spindlier. But, you know, Bronny James also had that episode not long ago where he had that heart. What do you call it? He went into cardiac arrest on the practice floor. Totally not from the vaccine, by the way. I want YouTube to know that. I don't think it was related to him being vaccinated at all. I don't think LeBron James sacrificed his son to science in the least. By the way, it would have been great to have this story with Geno here today. It would have been awesome for Geno to be on the show because I could have went and folded clothes. I could have went and done a whole bunch of shit because Geno would have just been going off about Bronny James and LeBron. I also would have loved to hear his thoughts on the compound stuff and the debate. But unfortunately, old Geno was saying goodbye to the compound guys. And as he said goodbye to the compound guys, he lost his voice. Let's see if we can text him real quick. Call in before we are done if you can. There we go. Oh, another listener text. You look like a retarded kid that his mom dressed for church. Thank you so much. Camel Toe with $2 says, call Geno. Well, no, I already called Geno, so I text him this time. Silverwolf says, I mean, you have seen the organoid development that basically makes a super efficient computer with human stem cells to create a CPU by causing them intense pain in order to process computations. I actually have no idea what the fuck you just said. So yes and no at the same time, I suppose. 145 away from today's goal, looking to knock it out in the next 25 minutes. Call it a W and go to 14 in a row. So here's the pick from the Lakers yesterday.
With the 55th pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select Bronny James from the University of Southern California.
Now, there's nobody in there right now. It's not like nobody cheered and they're like, oh, that's gay. But the Lakers picking Bronny James is just, maybe they just want him and his dad to play together for a year, and then LeBron. I think LeBron's been hanging on to retire, waiting for his son. But I think LeBron's numbers are still good, aren't they? Like, I kind of only focused on the Timberwolves this year, but how'd LeBron do last season? 25.7 points per game, 7.3 rebounds, 8.3 assists. Yeah, so his scoring numbers are a little bit down from where they usually are. He's a career 27 points per game, but not bad. How old is he now? What's his birthday? How old is LeBron James? 39. Fuck, he's been around forever. So he's played 20 seasons in the NBA. How many seasons has LeBron played? 21. Okay, so 21 seasons. That's right. He came right out of high school. He was 18. So if he's 39, makes sense. 21. So this is going to be his 22nd season, and he's going to play with his kid. The fact that his body has not broken down from 22 years of NBA basketball, I mean, that deserves a little bit of credit, I think. Yeah, I'm not the biggest LeBron guy in the world, but he deserves some credit for that. By the way, over 1,000 people still watching the show this morning. Thank you a ton. Hit like, hit subscribe. Sorry for kicking the shit out of your boy Melton this morning, but it's just what we do lately. I think it's unfair to, Fauci's Pangolin says, I think it's unfair. People say you look retarded in that shirt. Stupid for sure, but not retarded. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sam Show says, I'm still wondering if LeBron can read. It was funny when they were making fun of him for that, the Malcolm X thing. Remember when he was reading that Malcolm X book and they were saying, oh, the bookmark hasn't moved. The guy hasn't been able to read Malcolm X yet. He was never reading Malcolm X. He was doing it because it made him look socially conscious and shit. Who did the Timberwolves get? Timberwolves NBA draft. Ooh, we got the 8th pick. And we got Rob Dillingham from, isn't that the Kentucky kid? Not bad. I like this. And then did we keep our other draft pick? We gave up a 20. We have swap rights. Now, San Antonio also has swap rights with Dallas in the 2030 draft and can pick between the more favorable pick of Minnesota or Dallas. So we gave up a 2030 pick to get number 8. I mean, cool. The Spurs added to their future draft pick stash by acquiring a 2031 unprotected first-round pick and a 2030 top 1 protected pick swap from the Timberwolves. Okay. You can take a pick 6 and 7 years from now, and we'll take this guard from Kentucky. Cool. Let's go to the phones. Who do we have on the line? Oh, they hung up. Oh. Thought you were going to hang in there with us. Yeah, darn it to heck anyway. All right, still 145 away. Thank you guys for all of the contributions. Oh, boy, even sports announcers are getting in on the Hawk Tuohy thing. Oh, no. Slam Piece wrote back, does my shirt look bad? Oh, God damn it. I liked it. So this is not good to be seen in public with. And then I bought a black shirt that was just like this one. Fuck. Why? Why does this happen to me? I think it fits nice. It makes me look not chubby. God damn it. Why do I have the fashion sense of a fucking invalid? These are all questions, by the way, that I need to answer on my own time. These are not questions that need to be answered by you. But I thank you if you're feverishly typing, looking to make a suggestion. The Atlanta Braves announcer is getting in on the Hawk Tuohy conversation. By the way, when are we done with Hawk Tuohy? When do you think people are going to get tired of it? It's usually when boomers start using it that you go, okay, well, so this might be the beginning of the end of Hawk Tuohy. Is that the Braves announcer is like, all right, we got a 1-1 count on for Cal, and coming up next, look at the pitcher doing the Hawk Tuohy on the mound there as he spits a giant loogie out. Like that's probably about it. Let's listen to this announce. There's nothing better than like sports announcers trying to sound hip, trying to use modern lingo. There's been a few who have fucked up. Remember, who was it? Tom Brenneman called San Francisco a gay F-word town. We got to play that one next. And then there's, our guy, Bert Blyleven for the Twins. He didn't know he was on a hot mic and he dropped a bunch of F-bombs. There's a few of those good moments. And didn't one guy like drop the N-bomb? It was an Oakland A's guy. I feel like dropped an N-bomb on TV. We'll check a few of those out in just a little bit here.
He just spit on his shoulder as he was sitting there and went to spit, a little humid out, I guess, and mouth getting a little bit dry. Didn't quite clear his arm and just landed right on the shoulder.
Hawk Tuohy.
What the fuck, dude? Hawk Tuohy means you're spitting on a dick. The baseball player wasn't Hawk Tuohying. He was spitting on the ground like a baseball player. He wasn't. I love when people just get like the phrase. Like they don't watch the interview. They don't figure out what the thing was about. They just hear, oh, I hear the kids are saying Hawk Tuohy right now for spitting. I'm going to say that on the air. It's like when I was 19 and I was in radio and I didn't know that the term whisker biscuit meant clit. And I just started saying it over and over. I'm just like, that's just something people say, right? Yeah, see, Slam Piece said we already spoke about this. It's circa 2005 to 2010. Not your fault. It's a sign of your times. Oh, no. So I wrote, so ditch it. Somebody just wrote into this listener text line, your shirt looks good, Aaron. You just look like a dork in it. It's not going my way, guys. It's not going my way. All right, let's get to the Tom Brenneman clip when he called San Francisco a gay F-word town. Tom Brenneman, hot mic. Slur, apology, and firing live. Ooh, this is the perfect video.
One of the fag capitals of the world.
Reds Live, the pregame show.
So it was the pregame show, and I think he was talking about them going to San Francisco. And he didn't realize they were back from a break, and he just fires this one off.
One of the fag capitals of the world.
I love it when people can just spit that word out so old school, you know? They can really just fucking give her. You know?
One of the fag capitals of the world. Reds Live, the pregame show.
I love that. And
presented
then
by-
Reds Live, here we are. It's presented by St. Clair Roofing in Cincinnati and St. Clair Roofing. Ooh. After he just goes, a fag capital of the world.
Ray St. Clair Roofing.
And what I love about that is it takes until the 5th inning of the game for someone to finally get to him and go, hey, Tom, yeah, you just said fag capital of the world. I repeat, yeah. No, on the air, you fucking moron. You just said fag capital of the world. Oh, well, I apologize to everyone who was offended, all the fags that I offended with it.
3-0 ball game with the Reds in front of the Royals. We go to the top half of the 5th inning. Castellanos to lead things off. Jim Day's going to be taking us the rest of the way through this game.
Whoops. I don't think his kid needed to be picked up from school. Do you think when they tell you in the headphones what you said, that it was picked up on a hot mic? Do you think you know you're gone, or are you like, ooh, boy, I'm in a little bit of trouble? Because, like, I've been in broadcasting my entire adult life. And, like, when we did the Iowa thing, I didn't think we were done. I was like, oh, shit, the phones are going to ring for a while. People are going to shit on us on social media. We've been here before. We've been in trouble before. But, like, when they said, we need your streaming codes and we need your social medias and we're going to control those from now on, it's like, no, they're going to take those and then they're going to fire me. So I'm keeping all that shit. I own the show. So it's mine. But, like, there's certain times where you're like, fuck, I ain't getting out of this one. And I feel like he might have been in that spot with this, fag capital of the world thing.
As Holland takes over on the mound, I made a comment earlier tonight that I guess went out over the air that I am deeply ashamed of. If I have hurt anyone out there.
Are you, though? That's the thing. You're ashamed I hate that part. You're ashamed you got caught. I mean, you threw it out there pretty easily. You're like, fag capital of the world. Mah. Like, if that would have been off the air, nobody ever knew about it, you wouldn't have copped to it. So you're not ashamed. You're ashamed you got caught and it might cost you a paycheck.
I can't tell you how much I say from the bottom of my heart. I'm so very, very sorry. I pride myself and think of myself as a man of faith. As there's a drive in a deep left field by Castellanos.
He had to call a home run. Dude, you know how much you love calling home runs as an announcer? And this guy had to apologize for, I'm sorry, I said fag capital. By the way, there's a deep drive. That one's gone. Anyway, about the gays. Yeah, sorry about the whole, throbbing cocks thing and all that. Sorry. I love that somebody jacked a home run just as he's in the middle of his apology. And it was the Reds. It was the home team. So that should have been like, and a deep blast by Castellano to deep left center field. And the outfielder is running out of room, and this one is gone. A home run. And it's 4-0 Reds as they improve their lead over the Kansas City Royals. But instead, he has to be like, sorry, I said fag. Apologize. By the way, Homer, good job. Sorry to the queers. My bad.
A man of faith. As there's a drive in a deep left field by Castellanos, it will be a home run. And so that'll make it a 4-0 ball game.
Speaking of blasts, you ever been blasted in the ass? Come see the Cincinnati Reds in San Francisco.
I don't know if I'm going to be putting on this headset again. I don't know if it's going to be for the Reds. I don't know if it's going to be for my bosses at Fox. I want to apologize for the people who signed my paycheck. for the Reds, for Fox Sports Ohio, for the people I work with.
Yikes.
For anybody that I've offended here tonight. I can't begin to tell you how deeply sorry I am. That is not who I am.
Ruh-roh.
And never has been. And I'd like to think maybe I could have some people that could back that up.
Yeah, your boy, as he's circling the wagons, he's like, look, I know I fucked up, but I've helped a lot of you motherfuckers, so if you could put in a good word, now's the time.
I am very, very sorry, and I beg for your forgiveness.
Yeah, and you knob gobblers made me miss a home run call. He just fucking doubles down. Oh, poor Tom Brenneman. Then there's the A's guy. The A's guy, I think, dropped an N-bomb or something. We'll get to that one in a second. Victoria becoming a member for 6 months says sources say Gavin isn't allowing people to do other podcasts. Like, we might lose Geno on Steel Toe? Oh, man. I hope that's... Victoria, where do you have that? Do you have that from, like, a legit source, or you just... Are you yanking my pecker? Thank you, Paul Blunt, for the 279. Says, my mom said Hawk Tua. I'm out. Yeah, as long as she didn't say it to your dick. Birdman with $5 says, to be fair, if you wear the plaid one, it fits your new Menard's dad identity. Good point. Deranged Lunatic with $1.99 says, Aaron, he wasn't wrong about San Francisco. I know he wasn't wrong, but we all know how it goes in media. That you're never going to get a W out of that one. I'm sorry. Silverwolf with $5 says, Aaron, you look like a dad. Oh, well, that's good, right? Looking like a dad. Thanks for the $5. Guys, we are 135 away from packing in a W today. I'm excited about this. Very doable. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo. If you want to throw some money in, we've got about 12 minutes before we have to knock this thing out, and we are at 135 before we call it a perfect week here on Steel Toe. Also, 1,000 of you still hanging out with us. We appreciate that on Rumble and YouTube. We didn't do Rumble Friday today, and the YouTube numbers still pretty respectable in the 600s at the peak. We were at about 700 on Rumble at the peak, 1,300 people at a time. You guys are the best. That doesn't even count Facebook, Twitter, or anywhere else. Another one coming in. Aaron, you may be a gay, but this shirt is way less revealing than yesterday's titty stream shirt. Yeah. Yesterday's shirt definitely showed off a little bit of nipples, as it were. Let's find this Oakland Athletics guy, and then let's play that one. Rogue Veda with $50 says, how about more radio announcer baseball play-by-play voice? Oh, that's easy for me to do. Are you kidding? Thank you, Rogue Veda. We're now $95 away. All right, guys. Now we're in the double digits, $95 away, and $10 minutes away from whether or not we do overtime or we call it an L and break our 14-show streak. Don't let the streak die. Go to Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble, or YouTube, and let's hit this $95 goal and call it another win for the Toe. Get in there, rally up. It's only going to take a few of you. Well, let me try to find the Oakland A's. Oakland A's announcer says, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember. Glenn Kuiper. Oh, this one's bad. This one is really bad. This is one of those fuck-ups on air where, like, the guy standing next to him, which was Dallas. Was it Dallas Braden, the pitcher? He's a former pitcher for the A's. Where even his co-host was like, when he said it. It was like, oh my God, I'm watching a guy get fired on live television and he has no idea. This Glenn Kuiper thing was, woo, this was hot for a while.
We had a phenomenal day today. Nigger League Museum and Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
Now, I got to get Glenn Kuiper's back a little bit here because he meant to say Negro Leagues Museum. And it just came out the worst fucking way possible. Like, I feel bad because he said it in a way where if you want to get him in trouble, you totally can. But if you want to defend him, you can be like, look, the truth is he did try to say Negro Leagues, but he fucked it up. It's like that weatherman who tried to say Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, and he said Martin Luther Coon Boulevard. And they were like, oh, I used a racial slur. It's like, no, he was trying to say King and Junior, and it was cool. It just, leave him alone. He tried his best. It's like, forgive him, please. So like those moments where you know what the guy was trying to say, but you try to fuck him over anyway, that's kind of dirty pool.
Had a phenomenal day today. Nigger League Museum and Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
Come on, play the whole clip. I hate that when they fuck it up. And
we had a phenomenal day today. Nigger League Museum.
See, I hate when channels do like, you don't need to do that. I know you want to put your own spin on it and you want to be cutesy with it, but you don't need it. Glenn Kuiper is perfect on his own. Yeah, here we go. You want the good one.
We had a phenomenal day today. Nigger League Museum and Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
And then here we go. Here's where they tell him, you did not say Negro League. I repeat, you did not say Negro League. And then he's like, oh boy. All right, well, let me address this real quick. And as the announcer, you're like, hold on. I'll smooth this over.
Welcome back to Kauffman Stadium. I just wanted to, a little bit earlier in the show, I said something didn't come out quite the way I wanted it to, and I just wanted to apologize if it sounded different than.
Dude, he's so getting someone yelling in his ear right now, being like, you fucking apologize, fucking get on there and apologize. Because he's stammering and he's stuttering. Like somebody's in his ear right now screaming at him.
To be said, and like I said, I just wanted to apologize for that. Laureano is the hitter.
Baseball announcers are so bad with that shit. They're like, all right, I want to apologize for saying N-word League Museum. That was bad. I'm really sorry about that. Laureano at the plate, and he's got a 1-2 count. This is a big one. The A's are up 9-3, looking to add a few insurance runs before the bottom of the ninth. They're so bad at that. They don't know how to like naturally transition back into the game. Oh, boy. All right, guys. Looks like we got 5 minutes. We are on the home stretch to try and knock out the last $95 of today's goal. Here we go. It is rally time. 5.5 minutes left. There's all the links in the chat. Here's what we're going to do. What we're going to do is we are going to rally up for the next 5. And if we knock that out, it's been a perfect week of Steel Toe. We've knocked everything out. We'd be on a 15-show goal win streak, 165 out of the last 156. So let's go ahead and hammer out the last $95. Be a part of the rally that does it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Here we go. The last one of the week and only 95 away. This is a pretty solid spot to be in. 5 minutes to go. And we got plenty of stuff to talk about. We can play more announcer fuck-ups, too. Those are always my favorite. We can go with the Martin Luther King Jr. weatherman who fucked that up. Oh, yeah, we've got him. We'll do that one, and I'll fucking take requests for announcers fucking up. I love those. Perfectly fucked up with $1 says, when I was in jail, I found out why black people smell. It's so blind people can. God damn it, man. All right, $95 away. 4 minutes to go. Let's start throwing in those super chats. Let's go to Venmo. Let's hammer this thing out. Let's call it a W here at the end of the day for the toe. Another win for the toe. That's what we're looking for. 95 away. 4 minutes left in the count. 1,000 people still checking out the show today. Thank you guys so much for being here. All by myself. Couldn't have Geno today, which is unfortunate. Love having Geno here. But we held down the fort in his absence, and we've got plenty more stories to get to in the half hour for overtime. All we have to do is get there. $95 away. 3.5 minutes to go. Streamlabs, PayPal, let's start a rally. 95 is a pretty surmountable number, especially for the last 5 minutes. Let's go ahead and call it. It's going to be a perfect week. It's going to be 15 W's in a row, and we're going to knock this thing out. Oh, Das Optic Nerve says, do Jimmy the Greek. We can absolutely do Jimmy the Greek as well for overtime, but we got to get there first. We've got 3 minutes left. Deranged Lunatic, a.k.a. DL, starting the rally earnestly. 199 says the announcer was keeping it Brockmeyer. All right, guys, throw it in. We need a 3-minute rally here of $95 to keep the show going for the next half hour. Bronson Maverick says, God damn, dude, you have no fucking dignity. Beg, beg, beg. Oh, no, come on. This is fun part. This is the fun part. We're trying to knock down the last 95, and if we fail, we start the weekend early. Don't take this shit so seriously, dude. You're going to fuck yourself up. All right, 2.5 minutes to go, and we are fucking dying on the vine. We are losing badly here. 2.5 minutes left, and nobody coming forward. You guys have been knocking this thing down all day long and doing an incredible job, and now in the last couple minutes, disappear. Poof. Nothing. Fucked. Over with. 2-minute warning. Got to get in there, guys. Throw in, click the links. They're up on the chat. Come on and bail us out. Let's do this thing. Let's get the 95 taken care of. 2-minute warning. We're losing. Thermodyne Diesel with $25 says your shirt is fine. Thank you, buddy. There's the rally. 75 away from knocking it out today. Let's get it. 1.5 minutes left to go. $75 from getting a W and calling it a perfect week for the toe. 90 seconds left. We got, this person says this is a totally fake donation and throws in $30. Hey, there we go. $45 away. We're almost there. $45 to go. Can it be done? 1 minute and 10 seconds left. $5 coming in from Adam Simon. Thank you very much, buddy. $40 away. Oh, boy. He says, check your Venmo, piggy. Oh, okay. Sorry. Whoops. That's the thing. Venmo's notifications lately are shit. I'm sorry. They're not showing up. There's one. $5 from Mindy Lee. Oh, that's a PayPal one. My Venmo is not showing up. I'm really sorry, guys. We might have knocked this thing out already. And my Venmo's fucking up. Thank you to Brian M. with $10. Says my grandfather has about 20 of those shirts. $30 away from today's goal. You fucks. $30 away from calling it a W. 30 seconds left and $30 away. I still have not seen the Venmo thing. I might have to go check it myself. I'm really sorry. Like yesterday. Oh, there we go. $15 from Adam. He says rally time. 10 gifted subs from Thermodyne Diesel. It's over. It's over. Call it. It's another win for the toe. The goal has been knocked out. Do not give us any more money. Don't you fucking dare. It is another win for the toe. It's 15 in a row, and now we get to watch a bunch of what do you call, announcers be racist. Thank you guys so much for giving us another W for today, and you're a little bit over for Monday. Sir Franklin says the toe stays winning. Another win for the toe. MSO is mad. He didn't get the win today. He says another cheat for the toe. I'm not cheating. That hurts my feelings. You guys are now $15 ahead for tomorrow. I got to hit the hearts on all the super chats. I always make sure I thumbs up and heart all the super chats. If I ever forget to do that to you, make sure you call me out and be really fucking mean about it. $5 from Jay Warren. He says, Menards gang, attaboy. David Skywalker with $1 in gibberish. Thank you, buddy. Vidam with $5. Silverwolf with $1 says, don't tell me what to do. Packerbacker, I got the $50 from Rogue Veda in Rumble. I got it, buddy. Don't worry. Vidam sent a link for $5. Let's check it out. MLB umpire John McSherry suffers massive heart attack in 1996.
He elected to play in the series. Felipe Alou talked to him and said, how important is hitting 300? He says, I just want to play. And as the series
I don't remember this. I was like 9 years old when this would have happened. I don't remember an ump having a heart attack.
progressed, he saw his chances of hitting 300 go down the drain on the last day. He was unable to get those three hits. John McSherry has walked back towards the home plate door, and he has just collapsed behind home plate. That's the crew chief of this crew, National League veteran umpire John McSherry.
Did he die?
Over the course of the last couple of years, he has had a couple of incidents where he has felt faint while on the base. A rain night there. And tried to lose some weight. John McSherry than that guy over the years.
Wow. I got to read about that. I got to see it. Did John McSherry fucking die on the baseball field? John McSherry. Yeah, died April 1st, 1996. Holy shit. So the way he just went limp and flopped, that is like a massive heart attack. I mean, he might have been out before he hit the ground. Woof. Thank you for sending that in, Vidam, but holy shit. Thank you, bud. Appreciate it. I mean, thanks for sending it in. I'm not pleased that the guy died. By the way, you guys are about $20 into Monday. Thank you very much for that. An incredibly generous lot, if you will. Thank you. Did I say thank you to Mindy Lee? Yes, I did. Thank you very much for your contribution as well. All right. I don't know if you remember this guy, but a TV weatherman got fired for a racial slur. I always thought this one was unfair because I think announcers should be able to say the N-word on TV. No, I'm kidding. This one was unfair because this guy clearly it was a verbal slip up. Like he said a word too fast. Martin Luther King Jr. And he went Martin Luther King. It can happen. It's not like the guy's not a racist. We've got to stop this thing where we put a white hood and a white cloak on everybody who fucks up a little bit. Like you listen for yourself. HEC. And you tell me if this guy deserved to be fired or if this was just a mistake. By the way, I'm not always a fan of on-air names or like coming up with fake names. I always kind of believe just use your real name. But when your last name is Molestina, let's change it. That's like if your last name was Ken Raperson. Let's go with a more jazzy name. What do you say?
A fired weatherman accused of using a racial slur on air is now defending himself. Jeremy
that's not
Kaplan,
him? Molestina still gets a job?
News 10 NBC says he simply jumbled his own words when referring to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Square Park in downtown Rochester. Rochester's mayor, Lovely Warren, and the city council president, Loretta Scott, called for Kappel's firing on Sunday. The station's vice president and GM, Richard Reingold, confirmed his dismissal in a statement Monday.
I hate that they don't play the clip.
WHEC's chief meteorologist since October 2017 called the incident a simple misunderstanding that arose because he, quote, jumbled a couple of words when he spoke too fast on the air.
But that's bullshit. Like, you can't play this story where there's two sides to it and not play the clip. Like, they're so afraid to play the clip because, it might sound like it's a racial slur. But there's a debate as to whether it is or not. So shouldn't you play the clip? God, the news is just so fucking hacky and hokey. Here's the comment.
out at Martin Luther King Jr. Park, the ice rink at the Zamboni machine.
There's nothing. Come on. That's bullshit.
Overall, it was great. This is the way it looked out at Martin Luther King Jr. Park, the ice rink.
King Jr. Put King Jr. together. You can go Martin Luther King Jr. It's easy to do. That guy. So apparently Al Roker ended up standing up for this guy a few years ago. Good for Al.
A TV weatherman is fighting back after he was fired for something he said on live TV. He says he didn't say it, but to many of those watching, it sure sounded like he uttered an ugly racial slur. Les Trent has the details.
Couple of shots of some cold air heading our way.
A TV meteorologist is fighting for his professional life today after he says he was unfairly fired for making...
Right? That's unfair because, like, they're going to call him a fucking racist. Like, he's a bigot now. He's a Klansman. He can't get a job. That's not fair.
A flub on live TV. Jeremy Capel says he got tongue-tied during a broadcast and uttered what sounded like an offensive racial slur.
Martin Luther King Jr. Park.
Viewers in Rochester.
He fixed it right away. Fixed it right away. It wasn't like Glenn Kuiper when he was trying to say Negro League Museum and he just moved on. Oh, that's so stupid. Thank God he didn't have to say nice chiggers. That would have been terrible.
Rochester, New York were stunned. They took to social media to vent their outrage. That's a shameful slip. This is awful for real.
Okay, that's a shameful slip. So you're acknowledging it's a slip. Therefore, an accident. Leave the guy alone.
Even the mayor weighed in and pulled no punches. It is beyond unacceptable that
because blacks are more violent? Is that it? I want that guy fired. He's saying blacks are violent and they throw a lot of punches. That's not very nice.
Occurred. There must be real consequences for the news personality involved. Capel was fired Sunday night by the station's news director.
That would be funny if, like, the lady who asked for consequences, they came to her and like, yeah, we fired him. She's like, Jesus Christ, I didn't mean that. I meant, like, call him a naughty boy or something. Fuck.
Jeremy Capel is no longer with News 10 NBC.
I spoke with the weatherman and his wife Lisa today.
Please explain to me how this came about.
I simply ran his name too fast. Martin Luther King Jr. came out too fast. And as that did, I crunched two words together.
It doesn't help that they're pretty much the whitest couple that white couples can be in, like, the whitest living room. I mean, maybe they could have had, like, Nelly faintly playing somewhere, like someone who's not too gangster, but, like,
And I want you to think about this. First, say his name, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., 5 times real fast. See if it's...
Martin Luther King Jr., Martin Luther King Jr., Martin Luther King Jr., Martin Luther King Jr., Martin Luther King Jr. Ha, you're fired. By the way, put a beard on him. He's Bobby Roode. Glorious.
Easy for you. And then you take the two words, King and Jr., and you bash them together.
Like two black heads. Oh, shit. No, I wasn't supposed to say that. Fuck. Oh, God. I did it again. I'm really sorry about that. I don't mean black heads. I meant like zits, like blackheads that you pop on your... Fuck.
Guess what you get?
Capel is getting
the N-word.
Support from some big names in TV news.
Well, anyone who's done this, as long as we've done it, on air, you flub. You make mistakes. Yeah. It would seem as if the guy made a genuine mistake.
That's just it. That's what happens in these instances of, like, a racial flub. It's always, like, scared, shitless white people trying to virtue signal. And it's always black people going, yeah, who gives a fuck? Yeah, he flubbed up. It happens. Big deal. And it's always white people going, oh, this is shameful. This is terrible.
Weatherman Al Roker tweeted, I think Jeremy Capel made an unfortunate flub and should be given the chance to apologize. Anyone who has done live TV and screwed up understands.
Yeah. Why couldn't Al Roker say, I think that radio show host in Minnesota, should have a chance to apologize for the 2-hour beating he gave that Iowa lady.
An I Stand Behind Jeremy Capel petition has gotten 33,000 signatures.
Organized by David Duke and Michael Richards. No. Let somebody else take over. I appreciate the sentiment, but it's the wrong messenger. It's bad.
Just 12 people have signed a counter petition. Do not rehire Jeremy Capel.
That's funny. 33,000 people. Give this motherfucker his job back. No, you can't hire him. He's racist. 12.
After his racist words. The station is standing by their decision to fire Capel. An utterance such as this with no immediate apology, regardless of intent, is unacceptable and inexcusable. We believe we have done what is right for our station and our community.
Lisa, I'm just wondering what effect this is having on you, the kids, and on Jeremy.
You are shook to the core when something like this happens to your family. It's not something that we were expecting, and it was devastating. We're handling it through our faith right now, but I know who he is.
As far as my career, my future, I honestly have no idea.
However, in fairness, I blame the nurse. No, come on, Jeremy. God damn it. Is this a new one? Inside Edition, 2 hours ago. Oh, this will be kind of fun. What was his name? Jeremy Capel. Jeremy Capel. Does he have a job anywhere? Fired. Oh shit. He went on with Don Lemon. Dropped the gay F word. Like he tried to get it back, and he's like, it's good to be on with a queeb like you. Damn it. Fuck. Couldn't figure it out. Oh. The video failed. It doesn't work. Uh-oh. They don't want this man spilling the truth. All right. Well, maybe CNN got rid of everything Don Lemon related. I don't know. Either way, he's one of the classics. What are some of the other ones people wanted to do? Jimmy the Greek? We can do the Jimmy the Greek one. Long Duck Dong becoming a member for 12 months. Says, I just want to hear your again accent. My again accent? Kiki's Disco Wedding with $2 says, the day went fast without Geno. Where did the day go? See what he did? Long Duck Dong says, I make it a shirt look good. Thank you. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your generosity to this program. Oh, boy. Well, guys, we've got they want to do the Jimmy the Greek one. Let's do that. That's the classic. But that one wasn't really a flub. That was just some drunk guy talking about black athletes. It's not exactly like, oh man, that Jimmy the Greek, he unfortunately meant to say one thing and he said the other. Nope. Jimmy the Greek was like, hey, if the black guys become quarterbacks and they become coaches, what's going to be left for the white guys? Jimmy the Greek comments. Now, there's two different videos we can watch. There's the news story about it, and then there's like the whole interview. Like there's one part where they show the whole thing, and it's him just like, they were bred to be that way and all that shit.
Reporter from WRC-TV was asking questions about Martin Luther King's birthday and the progress blacks have made in society. There, CBS sports commentator Jimmy the Greek Snyder gave his impressions of blacks in coaching in the National Football League. His answers could...
Jimmy, what are your impressions of black coaches in the National Football League? Oh, well, that's easy. No, Jimmy, not impressions like that. I meant your thoughts on it. Oh, God. You got to specify. And they go to like a luncheon thing where Jimmy's clearly been drinking, and you don't ask an old white guy in the 80s about race when he's been drinking. This is actually what you're about to hear from Jimmy the Greek is pretty reserved for a drunken 60-some-year-old in the 1980s.
Could raise as much controversy as the statements by former Dodgers executive Al Campanis last April on ABC's Nightline news program.
Yeah, pretty soon they're going to have to equalize it for the blacks, for the Greeks, the Jews, and for everybody. I mean, let's make it equal for everybody.
It'd be funny if the reporter went, I didn't say anything about the Jews, Jimmy. Why don't you just fucking relax?
But,
And is it equal? What about in sports?
Well, they've got everything. If they take over coaching like everybody wants them to, there's not going to be anything left for the white people. I mean, all the players are black. I mean, the only thing that the whites control is the coaching jobs. Now, I'm not being derogatory about it, but that's all that's left for them.
Oh, Jim. But the guy could handicap the fuck out of a football game. I'd be pissed if I was like a black gambler. I'd be mad that they fired him after this. He was like, dude, I'm going to make so much less money now. This guy nailed it against the spread. He was awesome. He was like a Greek Ace Rothstein or Frank Lefty Rosenthal. Poor Jimmy the Greek. So then that's the first part, right? And that's the one that everybody remembers, and it gets him in trouble. And we'll do the, back into slave days thing. We'll do that one next. But so that's the part that got him in trouble. Then he says this.
The black talent is beautiful. It's great. It's out there. Yeah. So the only thing left for the whites is a couple coaching jobs.
Yeah, maybe we need to get more black coaches, don't you?
Oh, it's all right with me. Okay, well, I'm sure that they'll take over that pretty soon, too.
So, he said, yeah, that's all right with me. Let him have the coaching jobs, too. And you see how this reporter is egging on this drunken old man who already has the rosy cheeks and everything. It's so not fair to poor Jimmy the Greek.
WRC was apparently flooded with complaint calls after the Snyder comments were aired. Boy. Snyder issued an apology saying he was truly sorry for anything he said.
And I meant to shit talk the Jews.
CBS spokesperson said no decision has been made as to whether Snyder will work Sunday's NFL Today broadcast. Snyder is spending the night with Gene Upshaw, the Players Union executive director in Washington, and he has received support calls from Walter Payton and Ahmad Rashad.
Well, yeah, they're probably degenerate gamblers who make a shitload of money from Jimmy the Greek. It's good to do people favors. So then there's the full clip.
Guys in sports, except for a couple of coaching jobs. His dismissal seemed inevitable. Inflammatory remarks, Snyder was fired.
CBS Sports Today.
Time interview about the significance of Martin Luther King's birthday. He said that blacks were bred to be superior athletes.
See, now this one's the more offensive thing. So that last news report where the guy's like, yeah, he said the blacks are going to take over this and take over that. That wasn't as bad to me. This was the one where I think Jimmy really fucked himself. By the way, this was 1988. Okay, so he made it longer than I thought he would. Or that I thought he did.
The slave owner would breed his big black to his big woman so that he could have a big black kid, see?
And then didn't he say something about the extra bone that goes up into their butt? Fucking hell. Anthropology. Fucking Jimmy the Greek was this close to taking out old Ben's skull and being like, you see these 3 dimples here?
And Snyder said that's why blacks excel over whites in sports.
The black is a better athlete to begin with because he's been bred to be that way because of his high thighs and big thighs that goes up into his back.
Snyder went on.
Oh, brother. And by the way, let's defend Jimmy the Greek on one thing. I mean, let's not, but let's defend Jimmy the Greek on one thing. And this is what I think made people so uncomfortable. He's not wrong. The way... This is like white people trying to absolve themselves of guilt. White slave owners do have a role to play in the way blacks developed out of slavery because we did do Dr. Mengele shit. We did do eugenics with black people. If you couldn't work and weren't strong enough, you might not last as long. And if you were big and strong, they would want you to have a kid. Because it was chattel slavery. Your kid was born into slavery, they're a slave. We did that for, a couple hundred years. Well, I guess in the colonies. Yeah, a couple hundred years we did that. So that's going to have a fucking effect on genetics. So I think in a way, firing Jimmy the Greek was also white people's way of going, gosh, don't talk about it. The bad things we did. Blah, 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 blah. Just fire the old drunk guy. That'll make us feel better. Because I'm not saying he's 100% right, but he's not making shit up either.
On saying there's not much room left for, quote, the white guys in sports, except for a couple of coaching jobs. His dismissal seemed inevitable, given the widespread coverage and criticism.
I think his remarks fall into two categories. Category one is that they were racist. And category two, they were stupid.
Civil rights.
I mean, maybe they were racist, yeah, but stupid? Again, like, he is pointing out an ugly truth about America. He's not, again, not 100% wrong. West Coast Patriot Girl says he's not wrong, so he better apologize. Truth is no excuse. I mean, once again, it's a weird, it's a lot easier to fire the guy than it is to discuss what he said. Oh boy, they're still going. The Rumble chat's still going after the shirt. Wild Saffron said Aaron had that shirt made from a gay bar tablecloth. I took it from Gay 90s. I didn't want to forget the good old days. Wild Saffron says took 8 washings to get the stiffness out. Thanks, buddy. Lander says if Aaron dyed his hair blonde and grew a shit mustache, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. West Coast Patriot Girl says apologize for being right now. Wild Saffron says it's called selective breeding, you honky. Apologize. Lander says the Tower of Power involved Barnes, Aaron, and Nick, one on top of the other, Aaron in the middle, hence the name Tower of Power. I could deny and refute what you just said, but I just feel like it would make me sound more guilty. Did we have one more of these we had to sneak in the next 5 minutes? Or I think we got them all. Oh, by the way, we got a message from Geno. Just woke up, still no voice, going to try and Gratcast tomorrow. Sorry to leave you in the lurch last minute today, but man, thank you for understanding, my friend. No problem, buddy. We're going to leave him a message right now. No problem, buddy. I get it. I've always got your back. I did tell Geno, I was like, I know your lady's going to be gone next week. And I don't have any kids next weekend because I got them during the week for the 4th. And then their mom is going to have them for the weekend of the 4th. And I said, I can fly out to New York. We can catch that Yankees-Red Sox game at 12:05 on Saturday. That would be fun. Head out early Friday morning. Have a fun Friday out in New York. Saturday, go to the Yankee game against the Red Sox. Are you fucking kidding? Take off maybe Sunday evening, come back and do the shows. That would be great. And then Geno's like, no, I'm not going to be around. Fuck. What do you do? I was also, I'm just getting restless. I really have been lately. I'm just feeling really restless. Like I want to go out. I want to get out. I want to do something. It's the summer schedule, so I have the kids quite a bit of the time. So I got a free weekend coming, and I'm like, I don't want my free weekend to go to waste. I want to fucking do something, But you don't have to do it big, I guess. You can just go do simple fun shit like city festivals and street festivals and do it that way. I don't know. New York would have been fun. But I got trips coming up. I'm going to South Carolina in October. I looked up the weather in South Carolina in October. It's like 75, 76 every day and like a low of 60. Fucking beautiful. So just as it's starting to get shitty out in Minnesota, it's still summertime beautiful. So I get to extend my summer by a week. Going to Keanu and Geno's wedding. Pumped about that. But maybe I find, what are the Twins doing? Hold on. Next weekend, what are the Twins doing? Why would I look that up on my phone when I'm sitting here on a giant 2 TV screen? Twins. Uh-oh. Big sneeze. Jesus, that came out of nowhere. All right, let's see what we're doing next week. Friday the 5th. Oh, we're at home against the Astros. I thought maybe we'd be traveling. That'd be kind of fun. All right. Maybe go catch a Twins game against the Astros. I'm getting a little stir crazy. I think it's just, little dealing with shit and just wanting to get out of the house. Who knows? Who knows what's going on? Really glad we had a great show today. Glad to extend the win streak to 15 shows. You guys are the absolute best. And I'll count it up after the show, but I think you got another 20 or 30 bucks into Monday. So thank you for that. I think we're going to try to do the members show before my meeting on Sunday. Doing that afterwards is really, I feel like I don't do a good job. So maybe we'll try to sneak that in around 5, 6 o'clock. Do that for 45 minutes to an hour and have ourselves some fun. All right. Let's get the hell out of here. Let's start the weekend. We appreciate it, guys. We're out of stuff. I mean, we got this Kelly Stafford story, but I don't think you give a shit. What else did we have? The Texas A&M baseball coach berating reporters for asking him about the job opening at Texas, and then one day later he takes the job. That would have kind of been a fun one. We'll do that for the members-only show. This Kelly Stafford thing, I don't really give a shit about Kelly Stafford. It doesn't matter. Ripping insecure men, something about backup quarterbacks and shit. Whatevs. All right, guys, we got a lot going on. Like the channel, subscribe to the channel, whether we're on YouTube or Rumble. I've got clip. I'll probably put up that granny clip a little later this weekend. Maybe some compound stuff. Who knows? We've got a lot of things that we've got clippable. I want to get the Alex Stein Pod Awful thing up this weekend as well. So keep an eye on the channel. Hit subscribe. Keep up with Steel Toe. And we appreciate you being here. Take it easy. Talk to you Sunday. And then we got, the schedule next week. Monday morning, Monday evening, Tuesday morning, Tuesday evening, and Wednesday morning. We'll be done after the Wednesday morning show. Thank you guys very much for being here. Take it easy. Talk to you again soon. Have a great weekend.